The story begins at Seohan University, where our protagonist, Han Tae-soo, a 23-year-old student, is introduced. Two girls approach him cheerfully after hearing from Yoon-hee that he has a reputation for flawlessly attending classes on behalf of others, without ever missing a session. They ask him for a favor, but instead of replying right away, Tae-soo simply shows them a flyer for his proxy attendance service. The flyer lists his rates: 10,000 won for attending a class, 100,000 won for completing assignments, and a clear note that exam proxies are unavailable since it's illegal. Surprised, one of the girls questions the flyer, while the other asks if he really charges money for this. Tae-soo calmly explains that each attendance costs 10,000 won, but since it's their first time and they came through a friend's introduction, he'll give them a discount. The girls agree, thanking him happily and assuring him they'll rely on his help. Tae-soo responds by calling them his customers. Just then, two of his friends show up from behind. They praise him for being so clever and say he seems to have a knack for business every time they see him. They even ask if he could help them out too. Without saying much, Tae-soo hands them the same flyer. Seeing this, his friends laugh and jokingly complain that they don't even get a discount despite being his close friends. Later, Tae-soo is seen in class while the professor takes attendance. Quietly and without hesitation, he answers for his friends as well, covering for them smoothly. Once the lesson ends and the teacher dismisses everyone, Tae-soo slips out of the room right away. His friends notice and wonder aloud if he's rushing off to meet a girlfriend. They laugh it off, saying it's more likely that he's busy with some part-time job. Joking around, they add that Tae-soo would probably grab someone by the collar and shout that the money was worth 3 months' rent. They even tease that if he ever starts dating, they'd do a naked breakdance and upload it to YouTube. At this point, the narration shifts to Tae-soo's perspective. He reflects that for college students without parental support, every moment counts. Survival depends on treating time like an investment. He returns home and checks the gold price, noting that it had increased. He checks his phone and notes that tomorrow his class is at 11 a.m., so if he sleeps for 4 hours, he'll be able to play until 7. If he farms about 1.5 billion gold in game, he would be able to earn more money. Out of everything, the time Tae-soo values most is his gaming time. It requires no physical effort. He can play whenever he's free, and on lighter days, he even manages to work on assignments while playing. Watching the screen erupt during battles feels strangely relaxing to him. Other players gather around, surprised at his performance. They notice that he hasn't spent any real money, yet still deals massive damage. Whispering among themselves, they recognize him as a well-known gold farmer, someone who sells in-game currency without spending actual cash. During this, another player named Fallen Power Angel confronts him in-game. The player hurls an insult. "You jerk! Are your parents odd-numbered or what? Who told you to hunt in our guild's area? Get lost while I'm being nice, before I reduce your odd-numbered parents to 0. Tae-soo doesn't respond and continues playing calmly. The more he ignores, the angrier the player becomes, eventually unleashing a storm of curses, going as far as to threaten meeting him in real life and beating him up. The scene then shifts to a police station. It's revealed that Tae-soo has filed a complaint against the abusive player. There, the player is shown to be a young woman, frustrated as she insists to the officer that she didn't start the fight and was only provoked. Still, she ends up being scolded. At that moment, Tae-soo arrives at the station. The officer recognizes him and introduces the girl as the player behind the ID Fallen Power Angel, whose real name is Cha-Mia. The moment Mia sees Tae-soo, both of them freeze in shock. Their eyes meet and recognition strikes. Excited, Mia blurts out that it's really Han Tae-soo. Noticing their reaction, the officer asks if they know each other. Without hesitation, Mia confirms they do, revealing that Tae-soo is her ex-boyfriend, for now. Tae-soo reflects quietly, realizing that the girl before him is indeed his ex-girlfriend from 5 years ago. Cha-Mia. She's the same age as him, went to the same school, and even sat in the same class. Back then, Mia was quiet and unnoticed, often spending her days reading alone in the corner. She was the kind of person you could pass by without a second thought. Ordinary, almost invisible. Tae-soo had approached her and placed a paper on her desk, stating that she should come to the library at 4 p.m. today. He had waved at her and whispered to her before leaving. She observed him for a moment. Then she held the paper close to her chest and smiled in happiness. Most of Tae-soo's memories of her had faded with time, except for one, the day they broke up. It was September 27th, during the fall of their second year in high school, when her family suddenly moved away overnight. As he follows Mia out of the police station, that memory resurfaces. They had promised to meet that very day. He wonders why she left without saying anything, and for a moment, he considers asking her, but hesitates. Meanwhile, Mia mutters to herself in frustration about how ridiculous this situation is. After all these years, she now has to deal with him slapping a 100,000 won settlement right in her face. Tae-soo holds back his question, deciding this isn't the right moment. Instead, he studies her closely, asking himself if this really is the same Cha-Mia he once knew. At first, he thought it was just someone with the same name, but now he knows. It truly is her. He wonders how much a person can change in just a few years. Even people at reunions look different with time, but Mia feels especially unfamiliar. Not just her appearance, but her whole aura is completely different. She's nothing like the quiet girl he remembered. Now, she feels like a delinquent. Tae-soo thinks to himself that normally, when someone says, "It's me," the natural response would be recognition. But with Mia, everything just feels strange. Suddenly, Mia spins around and confronts him. She demands to know why he's following her, accusing him of feeling guilty for demanding money over just a few insults in a game. She reminds him that they once knew each other and thought he would laugh it off if she played the old friend card. Instead, he asked for compensation, which she calls petty. Tae-soo wonders why she's become so talkative. Mia presses further, asking if he intends to apologize now. He replies calmly that he isn't following her at all. This just happens to be where he lives. Mia challenges him again, saying that while she might have apologized for the insults, she'll never forgive his bad gaming manners. She adds that he's only getting off easy because it's her. Tae-soo warns her that he feels no guilt. He even threatens to go back to the police station, reminding her that he gave her a discount, lowering the fine from 100,000 won to 10,000 just because he knew her. He suggests he could always raise it back. Hearing this, Mia softens a little and admits she doesn't even have 10,000 won at the moment. She asks if he can let it slide just this once, but Tae-soo refuses, insisting that he'll still take his 10,000 won. Finally, Mia gives in. She agrees to settle at 10, then adds that even with his well-off family, he's still sharp when it comes to money, someone destined to become wealthy one day. At that moment, Tae-soo calls her name. When she responds, he quietly asks how she's been all this time. Mia freezes at the question, startled. Tae-soo notices and asks why she reacted like that. She explains it's because he's changed. He never used to care about others, and now suddenly he's asking. She insists that nothing worth mentioning has happened, and there's no point in sharing. She reminds him that they won't see each other again, and as long as she pays the money within the deadline, that's all he needs to know. She asks him not to be curious about her, just as they had always avoided caring about each other until now. Finally, she tells him they should continue living as if the other doesn't exist. With that, she wishes him well and walks away. Watching her leave, Tae-soo reflects that those were the last words of his ex-girlfriend, spoken 5 years after they had reunited. Tae-soo wonders if that's really all Mia has to say after so many years. He reminds himself that she was the one who disappeared without a word, and by all rights, he should be the one angry. He admits to himself that the settlement money wasn't because he needed it desperately. Rather, it was the only excuse he could think of to keep her around a little longer, since he was never good with words. As he turns and walks away, he accepts that this is truly the end, and that they will never meet again. But fate has other plans. 1 month later at Seohan University, Tae-soo and Maya cross paths once more. Both are caught completely off guard. Flustered, Mia mutters a single word under her breath. Again? The scene shifts to later. In his apartment, Tae-soo stands by the window of his new room, watching as a moving truck pulls up. A family is relocating into one of the nearby houses. Seeing this, he thinks to himself how surprising it is that someone actually managed to find a place like this at such a time, comparing it to obtaining an S-class item. It had already been 4 days since the semester began, and this apartment was the only one-room place within 5 minutes of campus that had a 5 million won deposit and 500,000 won rent. Though a little old, the apartment's low cost and close distance to the university made it extremely rare and almost impossible to find vacant. Tae-soo reminded himself that most of the people living in this area were students from the same university. As his thoughts drifted, a familiar name surfaced, Cha-Mia. He wondered if she was commuting, The sudden encounter with her the previous day replayed in his mind. It had been so unexpected. He remembered how it happened. Mia had been called into the broadcast room. When he saw her there, he froze in shock, questioning why she was present. Mia, just as surprised, grew tense the moment she recognized him. Convinced he was stalking her, she felt disgusted. Panicking, she even reached for her phone, threatening to call the police, claiming there was a suspicious man around. Baffled by her reaction, Tae-soo lightly tapped her on the head and asked what nonsense she was spouting. He quickly explained that he was also a student there. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment when she realized he studied at the same university. More so when she found out he was in media and communication. Tae-soo, equally shocked, questioned if she was really in his department. If so, that would make her his junior. Coldly, Mia cut him off. She reminded him of what she had said before, that it would be better for both of them to act like strangers and mind their own business. Without another word, she turned and walked away, leaving Tae-soo standing there in confusion, unable to understand why she was so angry. As those memories resurfaced, he forced himself to calm down. He told himself to forget it. He had promised not to care anymore. It was nothing but leftover feelings. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if the family moving in next door could possibly be her. He quickly shook off the thought. No way. That's impossible. Just then, the doorbell rang. When Tae-soo opened the door, he froze. Standing there, holding a plate with a cake, was Cha-mia. She greeted him warmly, smiling brightly as she explained she had just moved in next door and hoped they could get along. Tae-soo stood there, utterly bewildered. Mia, just as startled, blurted out that she had brought rice cake. Then, without warning, she suddenly shoved the plate against his face. Tae-soo didn't even react, which made Mia's expression shift sharply, and accused him once again of being a stalker. Tae-soo countered calmly, pointing out that she was the one who had shown up at his door. Suspiciously, Mia asked if the apartment belonged to a friend of his. Tae-soo replied that it was his own place. She then asked if he was planning to move out anytime soon. His answer was simple. He wasn't. Hearing his answer, Mia grew visibly frustrated, blaming herself for signing the lease so quickly just because the apartment was cheap and close to school. Watching her reaction, Tae-soo only grew more confused. But soon, Mia's tone shifted back to calm. She told him it would be best if they didn't bother each other. As neighbors, they should act as though the other didn't exist. Tae-soo, still stunned, reluctantly agreed, addressing her as ma'am. Suddenly, Mia picked up a fire extinguisher and reacted oddly, muttering that she felt like she'd just overheard something she shouldn't have. The sight of the cylinder made Tae-soo uneasy, and he hurried to shut the door. But Mia blocked it with her foot, refusing to let it close. He asked her why she was doing that, reminding her that she had been the first to call him Mr. But Mia pressed him to open the door so they could talk about what he had just said. Frustrated, Tae-soo snapped back, pointing out that since they were the same age, she was just as old as him. Then, narrating to himself, he revealed the truth. His ex-girlfriend, the one he broke up with 5 years ago, had just moved in next door. Her name was Mia. When the door opened again, Mia confronted him once more, accusing him of still not reflecting. She warned him that if he confessed now, she'd only kill him halfway. Tae-soo's thoughts drifted to the past. He remembered the place he had most often seen Mia, the library at sunset. That had always been his favorite time of day. But looking at her now, he couldn't understand. Why had she changed so much? What had happened in those years to make her glare at him with such hatred, as if she truly wanted to kill him? He tried to recall if he had done anything wrong back then. But nothing came to mind. She had been the one who made the promise, and she had been the one who never showed up. Sometime later, his doorbell rang again, pulling him out of his thoughts. Curious, he checked the camera and saw Mia standing there once more. When he opened the door, he reminded her firmly that they had agreed to act like strangers. But this time, Mia was drenched, her clothes soaked through. Looking at him helplessly, she asked if he knew how to check water pipes. Apparently, the entire floor had flooded, leaving Tae-soo stunned. He rushed over to check the problem and explained that it looked like a pipe had burst from the cold, advising her to call the landlord. Mia sighed, saying she had already tried calling, but the landlord wasn't answering. Frustrated, she muttered that if she had known this would happen, she would have just spent more money on a better place. Mia grew frustrated that such a problem had happened on her very first day of moving in. Watching her, Tae-soo recalled a time in the past when Mia had been shivering from the cold in a similar way. He stared at her without realizing it, and Mia noticed. growing startled by his gaze. She questioned why he was staring at her. Embarrassed, Tae-soo quickly turned away and denied it. Mia grabbed a room cleaning stick in her hands and insisted that he was staring because they had made eye contact. She told him not to deny it and ordered him to try fixing the situation. He then notices her wet clothes as it turns see-through and reveal her juicy milkers to him. Then she mocked him, making odd faces as she teased that he was really thinking of something strange at a time like this. Blushing, Tae-soo raised his voice in protest, insisting that it wasn't what she thought at all. Mia pressed further, asking what it was then. Cornered, Tae-soo stammered before blurting out, with a red face, that he was simply worried about her. His words left Mia stunned for a moment. Gathering himself, Tae-soo grabbed her collar lightly, telling her to come inside so he could give her something to dry off with. Mia questioned him, but he explained that if she stayed like that, she would catch a cold. Instead of accepting his concern, Mia struck him with the stick, shouting that she could just stay in her own place. Tae-soo winced at the blows, warning her not to swing it around since it was dangerous. But she kept hitting anyway, until she finally calmed down. With a sigh, Mia admitted she was thankful for his help, but told him firmly that from now on she didn't want to owe him anything. She made it clear she wanted no further involvement. Entering her room, she ordered him to stop meddling and just go to bed unless he wanted his weekend ruined. Tae-soo asked if she'd be alright once the pipe was shut off. As she stepped into her room, Mia froze from the chill in the air. Tae-soo pointed out that the boiler would stop too, leaving her with no heat. Trembling, Mia stubbornly insisted it was no big deal. It was just winter. Watching her, Tae-soo muttered that she was really hard-headed. Blushing faintly, he added an offer. If you want, 1,000 won per hour to stay warm in my room. Seems like a fair deal, but if you don't like it, forget it. Mia interrupted, saying there should be one more condition. That caught Tae-soo off guard. The scene then shifted. Tae-soo now stood outside his own apartment, questioning himself. Was this situation really okay? He had only meant for her to dry off and stay warm until the landlord arrived. But instead, Mia had paid him 3,000 won extra to use the shower. As she bathed inside, Tae-soo waited anxiously in the hallway. He couldn't help but reflect on how strange it was. Just a while ago, she had been so guarded and hostile. Yet now she seemed far too defenseless. More importantly, a strange feeling stirred in his chest. It wasn't excitement, nor anything pleasant. Rather, it felt like he was forgetting something very important. At that moment, two of Tae-soo's classmates arrived carrying drinks. One asked him about the flood, while the other teased him for showing up 10 minutes earlier than their planned time. Tae-soo suddenly realized with a jolt. He had completely forgotten about this meeting. He stayed silent while his two classmates cheerfully chatted about the party. Their mood then shifted, turning sentimental as they explained how quickly they had rushed over after hearing that Tae-soo's hotel had been flooded. They called it the guardian of their last train rides, their beloved hangout spot, and admitted they had worried it might not be usable for a while. Just then, one of them noticed water leaking from the neighboring room and remarked that it looked like a pipe had burst there, even though Hyun had told them this was Tae-soo's place. The other added that Hyun had been especially worried, which was why they'd come to check on him. Hearing this and glancing at Mia's room right beside his own, Tae-soo panicked inwardly. His mind raced at the thought of what might happen if they suddenly barged in and found Mia inside. If they realized that the girl next door was in his room, it would inevitably lead to trouble. To avoid that, Tae-soo quickly suggested they head out and drink outside that night instead. Nervously, Tae-soo explained that his apartment was a mess because of the flood, so he would treat them instead. His classmates were stunned. One shouted in disbelief, asking if he had hit his head, while the other questioned whether Han Tae-soo, the same guy known for splitting snacks down to the last piece, was really offering to pay. Both began teasing him, pulling his cheeks. One declared that they should take him to the hospital before it was too late, while the other wondered if he was even Tae-soo, or perhaps someone in disguise, a predator or maybe an alien. Annoyed, Tae-soo demanded to know whether they were going or not. Overjoyed, the classmates eagerly agreed. They reasoned that if he was paying, they had no reason to refuse, joking that they might never get another chance to hear such words from him again. Relieved, Tae-soo thought the matter settled. He decided he would just finish cleaning quickly and then join them downstairs. His classmates began planning what they would buy with his money and were about to leave when Mia stepped out of his room, announcing that she was done showering. Tae-soo froze in fear. Mia noticed his classmates and curiously asked who they were. His classmates, stunned to see a girl coming out of Tae-soo's room after a shower, went completely silent. The exact situation Tae-soo had feared had unfolded. They grabbed him, demanding to know why such a beautiful girl was coming out of his place and asking who she was. One of them, outraged, accused him of leading an innocent girl astray. Flustered, Tae-soo quickly placed a hand on Mia's shoulder and claimed that she was his younger sister, his real sister. Mia herself was shocked at the sudden lie. His classmates, however, did not believe him. They shouted that there was no way such a pretty and classy girl could be related to someone as shabby as him. Tae-soo thought their words were a bit harsh, but knew he had to act fast. Mia whispered to him, questioning the sister remark, but he silenced her, insisting that if she didn't want more trouble, she should go along with it. He explained that they were his classmates, seniors in the same department, which made the lie plausible. Reluctantly, Mia played along, confirming to the classmates that she was indeed his sister. Her cute expression made the classmates start falling for her instantly. At that moment, a bang echoed from the wall as another girl entered the scene. Laughing, she questioned how she had never heard about this before. Seeing her, Tae-soo's classmates were even more shocked. The girl pressed further, demanding to know what their real relationship was. She was revealed to be Na Ha-yoon, 21 years old, from Tae-soo's hometown, a junior who had secretly loved him for 10 years. The scene shifts to the next morning at the university. Ha-yoon confronted Tae-soo, pressing him with sharp questions. "Are you serious? Did you really just make that up? Did you actually say that girl was your younger sister just to cover things up?" Tae-soo replied calmly that he was telling the truth. Ha-yoon pressed again, asking if nothing had happened between them and if he was being honest. Tae-soo responded casually, repeating that nothing had happened. Nearby, some university students whispered among themselves, speculating whether the two of them were together or perhaps even dating. Tae-soo's mind drifted back to the previous day's chaos with the burst pipe. Thankfully, the landlord had arrived shortly afterward, smoothing things over. Ha-yoon reminded herself that Tae-soo wasn't the type to lie to her. Tae-soo reflected inwardly, noting that the girl standing beside him was Na Ha-yoon. She admitted that she didn't fully understand the situation, but since it was Tae-soo, she decided to believe him. She muttered that if it had been Manki or Yongha Sunbae, she might have doubted it. But with Tae-soo, it was different. After all, she hadn't just known him for a day or two. Tae-soo thought to himself that Ha-yoon was not only a university junior, but also a childhood friend he had known for over 10 years. She was the youngest child in a family of 3 sons and 1 daughter, all connected to a large taekwondo studio in their neighborhood. Even though Ha-yoon was small, she had been born with talent and a natural knack for fighting. By 6th grade, she had become a local legend, known for countless epic fights. People in their hometown had even given her a nickname, the Crazy Chihuahua of Gwangjang-dong. In Korean, the shortened version of Crazy Chihuahua became Dochi. As they walked toward the student council room, Ha-yoon brought up something more pressing. "What about that girl?" she asked, pointing out that she was definitely Cha-Mia. Tae-soo frowned. "Why are you asking?" Ha-yoon explained that Mia had changed too much. Her build, the adult aura she carried, it was hard to believe she was the same person. Tae-soo tried to dismiss it, suggesting maybe she was still growing back then, but Ha-yoon wasn't convinced. She pressed the point, saying it didn't really explain it. While the girl sounded and looked a little similar, she felt like she was staring at a completely different person. Then Ha-yoon raised the real concern. Why did Mia disappear without a word and only come back now? You went through so much because of her sudden disappearance. At that moment, another girl walked in and interrupted, asking who had disappeared without saying anything. Startled, Ha-yoon greeted her as Hisu Sunbae. This girl was Song Hisu, 24 years old. This hot chick was the student council president of public administration, and also the girl Tae-soo secretly had a crush on. She greeted them both with a good morning and thanked Ha-yoon and Tae-soo for helping out so early, even though they weren't in the student council. She explained they were short-handed because of the department MT preparations for tomorrow. Ha-yoon reassured her confidently, saying she was fine with physical work. Then she turned to Tae-soo and asked if he was okay, wondering if he wasn't too busy with part-time jobs. Seeing his crush, Tae-soo felt his heart race and quickly replied, "No problem. I even quit all overlapping jobs today to make time." Hisu looked surprised. "Are you really okay with going that far?" Tae-soo reassured her not to worry, explaining that he'd recently earned some extra income. She smiled, relieved, saying it was good news. Feeling energized by her presence, Tae-soo insisted, "Just tell me what to do." Watching this, Hyun pouted in frustration. She was annoyed that Tae-soo only acted this way in front of Hee-soo and wondered just how much he was hiding. Together, Tae-soo and Hyun helped Hee-soo organize things. She gave clear instructions, pointing out where items should go and which ones needed moving. Tae-soo thought to himself about Song Hee-soo, a year above him in school and the girl he liked. Of course, it was still a secret at that moment. Suddenly, Manki and Yonga appeared, poking his cheeks and teasing him. Manki smirked, pointing out how surprising it was that Tae-soo had even ditched his part-time jobs just to help out. Yonga added, teasing, "I thought you always said you never did unpaid work." Tae-soo thought to himself that especially these guys must never find out about his scheduled sacrifices. Yonga smirked knowingly. "Oh, we know all about it. Must be because of a girl, huh?" Tae-soo's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Yongha continued, asking if Tae-soo had heard it from Young-sik, and then added that this year's freshmen were supposed to be incredible. Manki chimed in, saying their looks and backgrounds were on another level. "But out of all of them," he said, "the girl you brought yesterday really stood out." Yongha agreed, claiming she was his future wife and the most impressive. Then he remembered that yesterday, Tae-soo and Hyun had been together. Just then, Hyun appeared from behind, pulling Manki and Yongha back. She hid her irritation behind a smile and said firmly, "Just get to work." They grumbled but nodded, and soon everyone was working together efficiently. When the work ended, Hee-soo smiled warmly, announcing that the day's tasks were finished. She thanked everyone for their hard work and instructed the student council members to gather at the front gate by 7 a.m. She told the rest to come by 8 o'clock and again expressed her gratitude for their effort. Then she specifically thanked Tae-soo and Hyun for coming early despite not being part of the council. With a playful wink, she added, "After the MT is over, drinks are on me, so don't skip out." Tae-soo, fired up, declared passionately, "Even if I got into a car accident, I'd come running no matter what." Hyun, watching him, couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and disgust at his over-the-top behavior. Hee-soo smiled awkwardly and told him he did not have to go that far. Later in the evening, Tae-soo returned to his flat. While unlocking the door to his room, he thought about Mia's sudden return and admitted to himself that if he said he was not shaken, it would be a lie. Still, he thought that Hee-soo Sunbae was great, and even with Mia back, his focus remained on Hee-soo. At that moment, Mia was passing by. When the two saw each other, they froze. Tae-soo's eyes landed on the large amount of snacks Mia is holding. He remarked that if she ate that much, she would get fat. Embarrassed, Mia snapped back, asking why he cared and insisting she should be allowed to eat what she wanted. She explained that it was not as if she had bought all of it for herself, since with a bus ride to MT tomorrow, she was planning to share. Tae-soo scoffed, comparing her behavior to that of a grade schooler, and reminded her that they had already bought snacks and such with the club funds. Mia stopped in surprise and asked if he was going to MT too. Tae-soo confirmed it, and when she asked again in disbelief, he repeated an affirmation. Mia then requested that he not go, saying she did not want him to ruin her MT. She explained that he was a sunbae who must have gone plenty of times, and he could skip just one. As a freshman, it was her first MT, so she wanted at least that much. Tae-soo stepped closer and said that while they were at it, he had something to ask. Mia asked what, and he demanded to know what exactly annoyed her so much, what he had done that was so wrong, and reminded her that she was the one who had done something wrong. Hearing this, Mia's expression darkened. Tae-soo told her that if she was mad at him, that was fine, but she should at least let him know why. She then slaps his hand away and glared coldly, admitting that he was right. She was the one at fault. She reminded him that she had told him not to act like he knew her. With that, Mia walked away. Tae-soo tried to stop her, but she left without responding. Left behind, he thought to himself in frustration about why it always turned out that way whenever they met. The scene now shifts to later, and the day of the MT finally arrived. Hee-soo was speaking to a group worriedly, saying that many people had decided to come last minute, leaving no room left on the bus. Because of that, she explained that two of them would have to go separately with her by car. It became clear she was speaking to Tae-soo and Mia. She asked them again if that was okay. Tae-soo and Mia looked at each other in embarrassment, unable to respond comfortably. Then on the bus, the students were all on their seats and Hyun sat quietly, until her friend leaned toward her and asked what was up. Hyun brushed it off, saying it was nothing. But her friend teased her further, asking if she was uneasy because she could not see her husband, meaning Taesu Sunbai. Hearing Taesu's name, Hyun blushed hard and looked both surprised and embarrassed. With her face still red, she stammered to her friend that she was talking nonsense, insisting that Taesu Appa and she were nothing like that. Her friend watched her flustered reaction with amusement, saying she was only claiming he was an Appa she had known for a long time. Then she added that if it was about Taesu Sunbae, he had said he would be coming in Hisu Uni's car. Hyun, startled, asked nervously if that was true. Her friend continued saying that one more freshman would be there too, and she thought her name was Mia. The moment Mia's name was mentioned, Hyun's expression shifted to shock. At the same time, Taesu and Mia were indeed seated in Hisu's car. Hisu asked if they were both ready to go, and if they had forgotten anything. Mia answered that she was fine, and Taesu also confirmed. Then Mia turned to Taesu, watching him closely, and asked what he was doing, addressing him politely as Sunbae Nim. Taesu, wearing a helmet, explained that it was for safety and handed one to her as well, reminding her that life was precious. Mia stared in disbelief and asked why they needed helmets just to ride in a car. Taesu, trembling, muttered that if it were a bumper car, helmets would not be necessary if it actually were a bumper car. His words only left Mia even more confused. Soon, Hisu started driving, and her reckless speed shocked Mia. By the time they reached their stop, Mia collapsed onto a bench, her condition poor from the overwhelming ride. She looked at Taesu weakly and asked if she had died. Taesu handed her a can of coffee and asked why she was basking in the light. Mia replied that she thought the Grim Reaper had just come down to take her. Taesu pointed out that now she understood why everyone else had rushed to get on the bus, since every student from second year and above already knew about Hisu Sunbae's driving. Mia admitted with surprise that what bothered her more was the fact that even though Hisu drove like an F1 racer, the car did not even have a single scratch. She then turned to Taesu again, questioning what was with him since earlier and why he was giving her coffee. Taesu explained that it had been bought by Hisu Sunbae, not him. Mia raised an eyebrow and asked if that was really true, then told him to thank Hisu for her, but said she was okay because she did not like coffee. Hearing this left Taesu shocked. He asked if she really did not like coffee. A memory flashed back in his mind of when Mia used to gulp down the coffee he brought without hesitation. In the present, he muttered that it was strange, asking why he thought she liked it, reminding her how they always used to drink it at the park. Mia interrupted, suggesting maybe he was mixing her up with someone else. She added that perhaps she used to like it back then, but she did not really remember those old stories. With that, she rose from the bench and looked at him seriously. She said she was sorry but did not want to get stuck in useless memories from the past. She told him that he knew better than anyone how tough things had been for her back then, and that whenever she saw him, those memories returned and drove her crazy. Still, she admitted that whatever the case, they had ended up meeting again like this, attending the same school, the same department, and even living as neighbors. Because of that, she said she would not ask him to act like he did not know her at all. Then she bows and pleads with him to treat her like someone he did not know, just like any ordinary junior. She promised to apologize for everything harsh she had said up until now. After saying this, Mia turned and walked away, leaving Taesu alone with her words. Taesu sat in silence, his thoughts sinking into the weight of Mia's words. He admitted to himself that what she had given him was a clear rejection, the most polite yet decisive rejection he had ever experienced. The Mia he once knew was no longer there. He wondered why she even claimed to remember him that time, thinking that if she had just acted like she never knew him, things would have been easier. Before his thoughts could drift further, Hisu appeared and asked what he was doing sitting alone on the bench. Taesu quickly replied that he was just watching the clouds. Hearing this, Hisu tilted her head, surprised, and asked if cloud watching was fun. After a pause, Hisu admitted to himself that it was not really that fun. Once more, his mind returned to Mia's words. He reflected that what she had said did make sense. People said even mountains changed in 10 years, and 5 years was more than enough time for someone to change too. When he compared the time they had spent together with the time they had been apart, he realized it was not all that different. The scene shifted to Hisu and Taesu standing together. She was speaking on the phone with Subin, while Taesu, lost in thought, found himself gazing at her. Seeing this, Hisu turned to him and asked what was wrong. Her gentle behavior made Tae-soo blush for a moment as his heart began to race. Flustered, he quickly remarked that she had chosen a really nice place for this MT. Hisu brightened instantly, happily saying that she and Subin had put a lot of thought into it. She explained that it was their last gathering before graduation, and they wanted it to be as memorable as possible. Hearing this, Tae-soo acknowledged her words, noting that they were spoken like a true sunbae. Inside, his resolve grew stronger. He told himself he had only one goal, to confess to Hisu before she graduated. Even though Mia had returned, there was no wavering in his heart. The two continued walking together. Talking lightly, Tae-soo expressed concern about the expensive place she had booked, pointing out that he had come without paying. Hisu reassured him that it was fine, saying that after all he had done for them, this was nothing. Then she asked where the freshman was. Tae-soo replied that Mia had said she would walk around a bit and then come back. At that moment, Mia appeared dressed in a full game outfit, with a helmet on her head and a hockey stick in hand. She asked if they were there and declared that she was all set. Tae-soo found her appearance odd, while Hisu smiled brightly, calling the new freshman a funny one. Looking at Tae-soo, Hisu then asked if her driving was really that scary. Without hesitation, Tae-soo put on his helmet and said it was not scary at all. Worried, Hisu asked if it was really that much. The scene shifted again, showing Mia in rough shape. Other girls crowded around, asking what had happened to her. One of them explained that Mia had been this year's unlucky passenger of Hisu Sunbae's ride, and added that probably only Tae-soo could come out of it looking fine. Another girl muttered that unless someone was as unfazed as him, no one would last through it. Just then, Tae-soo felt a tap on his shoulder. When he turned, a girl was standing there, asking if he had a moment. It was another freshman, Shin Dabin, a 20-year-old who had just joined the university. The scene then moved forward. Hisu stood in front of everyone with a wide smile, announcing that the freshman orientation for the year was officially finished. Her cheerful voice carried through the hall as she introduced the next part of the night, a casual hangout with drinks. She explained that the organizers had already split everyone into groups of 6, mixing upperclassmen and freshmen to make sure everyone could talk and enjoy themselves. Lifting her hand high, she called for cheers in the name of the mighty Medicom. The hall immediately echoed with voices as everyone raised their cups and shouted together. Laughter filled the place as the party kicked off. But then Mia suddenly stepped forward. Looking hesitant, she asked if she could switch groups. Hisu, standing close by, answered firmly that changes were only allowed once every hour. Tae-soo, meanwhile, silently wondered how these strange groupings had even been decided. Unlike the others, his group felt oddly unbalanced, with way too many girls. The thought left him uneasy. Across the hall, male students glared at him, jealousy written all over their faces. They cursed under their breath, grinding their teeth about why all the pretty girls seemed to be around Tae-soo. Feeling their stares, Tae-soo sighed inwardly at the unwanted attention. Just then, Dabin raised her juice, lightly tapping his cup with hers. She gave a playful wink and leaned closer. The bold move caught Hyun's eye, and her face stiffened with jealousy. Not wanting to lose, she quickly lifted her own drink and joined in with a stiff cheers, leaving Tae-soo caught between the two girls. His gaze drifted toward Mia, who was sipping her drink. Mia noticed and asked if they really had to clink glasses and say cheers every time before drinking. Tae-soo replied that it wasn't really necessary. But while drinking, he admitted to himself that this MT was already starting to feel tiring. This year's MT had way more attendees than usual. The reason was simple. The trio of influencer freshmen, Shin Dabin, Hot Yoonji, and Do Yeonwoo. Hot Yoonji was a study vlogger and live streamer. She had started streaming back in 9th grade and had built up around 40,000 subscribers. Do Yeonwoo, who had entered after retaking the exam, ran a horror radio channel. Her pale skin and husky voice had made her stand out in that niche. As for Shin Dabin, Tae-soo realized he didn't know much about her. Curious, he asked. Yoonji looked surprised, asking if he really didn't know. Tae-soo blinked, wondering if he was supposed to. Yoonji then explained that Dabin was the person behind Dabin's Fun Day, a very popular variety gaming channel with around 320,000 subscribers. She praised her as a great gamer and streamer. Dabin, embarrassed, waved it off, saying she wasn't anything special and only got attention for being a little decent at games. But to Tae-soo, she seemed like the most famous one of the three. He remembered how Hisu Sunbai once mentioned that this year had many well-known freshmen. That was why she had grouped them with him, to prevent any incidents. She had called him the safest choice. Now he understood what she meant in her text, though he still wasn't sure why she thought he was safe. Dabin then asked if Taisu played games. He answered that he did, but only once in a while. When Dabin casually called him Appa, Hyun silently fumed, upset at how easily she addressed him. At the same time, Taisu noticed the sharp glares from the other guys who were clearly frustrated that all the pretty girls were gathered around him. He thought to himself that their jealousy explained why so many people wanted to come to the MT. Suddenly, Dabin's eyes lit up as she brought up the game Gukbap's story. Taisu was surprised to hear that Dabin also played the game. She revealed that she had been into it since elementary school. She asked which server he used, and Taisu answered that he was on the Sundaeguk server. Dabin's eyes lit up with excitement. That was her server, too. Shocked, Taisu turned to Mia and asked if she had played on the same server as well. Mia froze, quickly gulping down her juice before nervously stammering. She pretended not to understand, asking if he was talking about gukbap serving, like working at a restaurant. Inside, she reminded herself of their deal to act like they didn't know each other. Dabin then mentioned a certain detail about their server. She said there was a notorious gold farmer named Han Yongdong Han Taisu, a real troublemaker, and it had the exact same name as his. Taisu admitted that it was indeed him. Dabin stared at him, processing the truth. After a moment, she excused herself and left for the bathroom. As she washed her hands, she muttered that she had suspected it from the start. She confessed that the moment she heard the name Han Yongdong Han Taisu during the welcome party, she had a feeling. Now that she had confirmed it was truly him, Do Yanwoo, who was nearby, remarked that since their school was in Yongdong and his name was Han Taisu, it would actually be stranger if it wasn't him. She then questioned why Dabin had been looking for him so intently. Grinding her teeth, Dabin revealed the reason. She explained that in the game, her master, Fallen Power Angel, had been forced to quit. Her master had run into trouble after being made to pay compensation money, all because of that idiot. Before leaving, her master had told her she was gone for good and asked Dabin to carry on the future of their Gukbap guild. Slamming her palms against the sink, Dabin fumed. She cursed that it was all because of him. If not for Taisu, she and her master would have already defeated the final boss. Do Yanwoo asked what Dabin was planning to do? Was she thinking about revenge? Dabin gave a sly grin. Instead of revenge, she said she would seduce him. Yanwoo was taken aback, but Dabin confidently boasted that she had never once failed when she decided to win someone over. The narration then cut back to their school life. Though they now met again as senior and junior, in reality, they were bitter enemies. Being in the same school meant their paths crossed often, and little by little, their feelings started to stir. By the time those emotions reached their peak, Dabin revealed her true aim. Crushing her juice can under her foot, she declared that she would trample on him at the very moment he confessed his feelings. This, she said, was the perfect way to avenge her master. Yanwoo gave her a knowing look, teasing that her head was like a flower garden, but admitted it was strangely cute. As they stepped out of the bathroom together, Dabin shivered and complained about the chill. She grumbled about why there were only 2 bathrooms for so many people, and admitted she hadn't wanted to use the outdoor one because of the freezing weather. She muttered that it was what happened when a place got too crowded. Just then, she bumped into someone. Startled, she looked up and found herself face to face with 3 big men. They looked her over, commenting that she was cute and that they'd seen her around before. Dabin realized that her insides are going to get cleaned by those men's Excalibur. The scene then shifted, showing Yeonwoo hurrying toward the group, explaining that Dabin was now surrounded by members of the university wrestling team. But instead of trouble, the moment had turned into an unexpected fan signing event. Hisu observed the scene and asked if that was really a problem. Hearing this, the other students grew excited and began shouting that it was a signing event with Dabin. They rushed for one as well. With many of them rushing forward, eager to join in, Hisu quickly shouted for Taesu to help out inside and asked Hyun to give her a hand. Hyun agreed immediately. Taesu, however, questioned whether he should be going outside to help instead of Hyun. Just as Taesu prepared to move, Mia grabbed his shirt from behind. She urgently told him not to go outside, warning that there was a problem in the girls' dorm. Together, they moved toward the dormitory. As they arrived, Tae-soo hesitated, wondering aloud if he could even enter since it was the girls' dorm. Mia silenced him firmly, telling him they had to see for themselves. Tae-soo tried to question what the matter could possibly be, but Mia quickly pointed toward a charging outlet. Typing on her phone, she explained that it was actually a hidden camera. Tae-soo's face froze in shock, and he let out a startled sound, but Mia grew irritated and told him to stay quiet again. As they began walking away, Tae-soo turned to her curiously and asked how she had even figured it out. Mia stopped for a moment, not sure what he meant. He explained that he was talking about the outlet-style camera. He pointed out that most people wouldn't notice something like that just by looking. Mia said she had seen something similar before, but stressed that the real issue wasn't how she spotted it. What mattered was when it had been set up, who placed it, and where else more could be hidden. Tae-soo added his own thoughts, repeating the what and how, but suddenly remembered something from Mia's past. In his mind, he saw her shouting in the library once, saying the most important question was always, why? She had shouted it so loudly that everyone stared at her, leaving her embarrassed. After that, she had sunk into her chair, keeping quiet. In that same memory, Tae-soo had once asked if that was the reason she often came to the library to read. Mia had replied with passion, saying books were about people, how they thought, what pushed them forward, and that she loved following along, always asking herself that one question. But why though? At the time, Tae-soo had thought that her way of thinking always pulled him in before he realized it. And "but why though" had been Mia's old catchphrase. Back in the present, Mia said that the most important thing now was still that same question. But why though? The real question was why someone had done this. Hearing her say those exact words again left Tae-soo shocked. He remembered how even when he told her it didn't sound smooth, she had kept saying it anyway, claiming it just felt natural to her. Tae-soo found himself staring at her without realizing it, and Mia quickly noticed, asking why he was looking at her that way. He hesitated, then admitted that the polite tone she was using sounded strange to him. He understood it must feel awkward for her to turn to him when he was the only one there, especially after how harshly she had spoken to him earlier at the rest stop. Mia's cheeks flushed a little at his words, and with a nervous smile, she apologized. She admitted she felt like an outsider, and because of that, there was no one else she could rely on for something like this. Hearing this, Tae-soo thought to himself that she must have been worrying about it for a while. Mia then reached out her hand and said she would speak casually if that's what he wanted, asking him directly for help. She addressed him properly as Han Tae-soo Sunbae. Tae-soo froze at her words, unable to respond right away. Seeing his silence, Mia pressed on. She said he had always been oddly sharp about things like this. She remembered the time a game console went missing in class, and while everyone else gave up, he didn't. She admitted it was a little embarrassing to ask him for help when they had barely talked, but confessed that she had no one else to turn to. Finally, Tae-soo reached out his own hand and asked if she was really still going to pretend they were just strangers. Mia ignored his question and repeated seriously that she was asking for his help. At that moment, Tae-soo felt that the Mia standing before him was the same Mia he had once known. Tae-soo asked Mia about the camera, wondering if it could have been installed by the dorm providers. Mia explained that it was unlikely. She had checked other girls' rooms thinking it might be the case, but theirs was the only one with it. She added that she didn't think any of the guys had done it either, since President Sunbae had even set up a watch to make sure no boys entered the girls' dorm. Tae-soo began thinking about Hee-soo and felt his face turn red. Mia continued, reminding him that after they arrived, she had been lying in bed the whole time because of her car sickness. She remembered clearly that when she first went into the room, there was nothing like that. The first time she sensed something was wrong was right before orientation. Hearing this, Tae-soo concluded that whoever installed it must have done so then. Mia agreed, saying it could only have been one of the three girls sharing the room with her. Do Yeonwoo, Shin Dabin, or Ha Yoonji, or perhaps someone close to them. Tae-soo thought carefully to himself. If Mia was telling the truth about everything, it meant the situation was an inside job. Someone in their department was acting with malice. Mia told him not to tell the others yet. Tae-soo looked confused and asked why. Mia explained that they still didn't know who did it or why since they were not sure. She feared that if strange rumors spread, an innocent person might get hurt. Blushing faintly, Tae-soo asked if they should at least tell Hee-soo Sunbae. He believed she was trustworthy, and she was also the student council president after all. Mia stared at him in surprise and asked if Hisu was the one he had a crush on. Hearing this question, Tae-soo blushed furiously, gripping his can of coffee tightly. He stammered nervously, denying it and asking what she meant by crush. Mia watched his behavior closely and pointed out that he was pretending not to know, even though he obviously did. At that moment, Hyun popped out from the bushes in a drunken state. She asked what they were talking about, then looked directly at Mia, declaring that she had finally found her uni. She pressed again, asking what the two of them had been sneaking off to do. Tae-soo froze in shock at the sight of her drunken state, and immediately asked where the wrestling club guys were. Hyun answered with irritation that they had been getting on her nerves, so she had thrown them all. Mia reacted with surprise, questioning if Hyun had really thrown them all. Hyun puffed her cheeks in frustration. Mia called out to her name softly, feeling awkward inside. She thought to herself that, ever since she ran into Hyun in the hallway, things had felt uncomfortable. Hyun suddenly shouted at Mia, demanding to know what was going on with her and Tae-soo. Mia grew confused at the question. Hyun raised her voice again, asking what Mia really wanted to do. She reminded her that she had said coming to the same school as Appa was just a coincidence, that moving in next door was just another coincidence, and that they should not act like they knew each other anymore. Hyun accused her further, saying even when they arrived here, she had kept up the same act, but now she had secretly called him out in the middle of the night, proving herself to be a liar. As she shouted these words, Hyun burst into tears. She cried harder, saying Mia had claimed that she and Tae-soo were long over, that she didn't even like him anymore. She repeated her frustration, then collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, both Mia and Tae-soo grew deeply concerned. Later, the protagonist narrates, just as Mia suggested, until we're sure, we decided to keep it secret from everyone except Hisu. And we agreed to take action in the morning and ended the discussion there. But when morning came, an incident broke out. Tae-soo saw a crowd of students gathering, gossiping, and some even fighting. His chest tightened with anxiety as he watched the chaos. In the middle of the crowd, Yoonji raised her voice, pointing straight at Mia. She shouted that it was her. She claimed she had seen it herself. She accused Mia of trying to secretly spy on their room by installing a camera. Hisu grew anxious and tried to calm everyone down, asking them to stop and settle themselves. Confusion spread among the students as they murmured about what they had just heard. Unsure about the mention of a camera, Hyun clung to Tae-soo in distress, speaking of secret spying while questioning what such words even meant. She trembled as she wondered why Mia, her uni, would ever be involved in something like that. Tae-soo gently placed a hand on her shoulder, assuring her that there was no way Mia would do such a thing. Mia observed the situation carefully. Realizing this was unexpected, she hadn't thought anyone would confront her so directly. She recognized the one who stood against her, Ha Yoonji. It was then revealed that this girl was the culprit. Ha Yoonji, 20 years old, who shared a room with Mia. She was also a famous YouTuber. According to Mia, during the freshman welcome party, Yoonji had acted overly friendly, making things quite uncomfortable. Tae-soo discreetly signaled to Mia not to worry and promised that he would step in right away if things went wrong. But Mia responded with her own signal, telling him it was fine and that she could handle it herself. She thought to herself that Tae-soo was more quick-witted than she had ever imagined, his foresight surprising her. We then get a flashback. Tae-soo carried the drunken Hyun on his shoulder as he walked alongside Mia, talking to her. He spoke of wanting to stop looking for the culprit. Mia was shocked and questioned his words, asking if he truly meant that he wanted to stop searching. Tae-soo explained that it was almost impossible to find her. Since Mia had said all the suspects were girls, he wondered if she planned to interrogate every single one of them. Mia asked what he wanted to do instead. Tae-soo said the answer was simple. They just needed to make the culprit reveal herself. Mia asked if he meant a face reveal, to which Tae-soo clarified by questioning how she planned to find her. Mia explained she had intended to use the usual method by taking turns keeping watch until the culprit came to retrieve the device, since eventually someone would have to collect it. Tae-soo countered, saying that the culprit could notice the device was being watched and might destroy the evidence right away. Mia asked what they would do then, just sit back and do nothing. Tae-soo then asked when people let their guard down the most. Mia wondered if he was giving her a riddle. Tae-soo explained that the answer was early in the morning, right after waking up. He reasoned that if someone had been able to sleep soundly, It meant they were relaxed enough to let their guard down, making that their most defenseless moment. That was the time to snatch the device, forcing the culprit to come to them to get it back. Mia had listened quietly, absorbing everything without interruption. The flashback now ends, and we return to the present moment. Yoonji continued accusing Mia, claiming she had seen her hiding the camera that morning. She shouted that Mia could deny it all she wanted, but others had seen it too. She urged them to confirm her words. Dabin stepped forward, saying that Mia had indeed been acting strange, poking around her belongings in the morning. She added that she had seen her put something in her pocket, though at the time she hadn't thought it was a camera. Tae-soo thought to himself that right now the only people who knew exactly what was going on were Hisu Sunbae, Chamia, and himself. What he had not expected was that the culprit who he thought would approach quietly was now openly accusing her in front of everyone. Tae-soo wondered silently what he should do. He considered whether to step in, but hesitated, realizing that if he acted now, things might become even more complicated. Mia smiled at Yoonji, brushing off the tension with a laugh. She remarked that so this was what all the fuss was about, thinking it was something serious. If this was what the accusations were about, then she revealed the object in question. She pulled out a toothbrush. Dabin reacted in shock, questioning if it was really just a toothbrush. Mia turned to Yoonji, pointing out that it was only a toothbrush, and questioned what she meant about it being a camera. Yoonji faltered nervously. She stammered that she had only happened to overhear something. She claimed she had heard Mia speaking over the phone, saying she was with famous people at the moment, and that she was going to send them videos of everyone. Mia asked if Yoonji wanted to see for herself. She held out her phone and explained that if Yoonji believed she had recorded something on camera and was planning to send it, then she should check her phone directly. Mia offered her call logs, her messages, her gallery, whatever Yoonji wanted. If nothing was there, then all Yoonji needed to do was admit she misheard, say it was a misunderstanding, and apologize. Mia says that she is perfectly fine with that. She even added that if Yoonji still doubted her, she could check everything herself. Mia then emptied her bag in front of everyone. Out came her notebooks, pens, and charger. Nothing else. Yoonji grew more shaken and stuttered in confusion, asking what was going on. Mia kept smiling as she showed her belongings. She confirmed that this was everything she had brought. Aside from some snacks, they had all shared yesterday, which she didn't need to show. Hisu, worried, tells her she didn't need to go this far. But Mia reassured Hisu. She said it was all right since everyone misunderstood things sometimes, and there was nothing faster than showing it yourself. Hearing this, Yoonji grew scared and nervous. Tae-soo observed the scene carefully. He realized that with this, it was over. He thought that if there was a culprit, it had to be one of Mia's roommates because the reason was simple. It was too risky to manage the device otherwise. If they tried to openly hunt for the culprit, she might decide to hide for good. The optimal strategy had always been to make the culprit expose herself. He recalled how he had even prepared in case the culprit tried to retrieve the camera while he and Mia stepped out. He had wiped a little of his own hand cream on the spot so he could identify her later by scent. But the culprit hadn't attempted to retrieve it, which meant she didn't know the camera had already been discovered. With this information gap, things became much easier. The culprit could not predict when they might go to collect it. His original plan had been to wait for a panicked culprit to make contact with them first. But instead, Yoonji had attacked openly. He wondered if she could truly deal with the consequences of this reckless move. But more importantly, what unsettled him most was Chamia and her composure. Even under such accusations, she stayed calm, her nerves unshaken. Yoonji, however, refused to give up. Though she had nothing left to say, she argued desperately that there were still places they hadn't checked. She shouted that Mia's body should be searched. She reasoned that Mia could have shown her phone and bag on purpose to deflect suspicion, hiding the device on herself instead. Hisu was stunned, calling out in disbelief at Yoonji's words. Mia removed her glasses with a smile. She asked seriously if it really needed to go that far. She urged Yoonji to just admit it was a misunderstanding, to apologize and call it a mistake, so they could end it there. She explained she was giving Yoonji a chance, reminding her that even if she messed up or made a mistake, this was her chance to let it go quietly. With a cold glare, she pressed again, asking if they really had to take it that far. Tae-soo grew worried. He noticed that Chamia now looked genuinely angry. He tried to intervene, shouting for her to hold back and not get violent. But Mia discarded her jacket and glasses, shocking everyone. Her fit, curvy waist and her massive chest was revealed, striking in its beauty. Mia faced Yoonji and asked what was next. She mocked the idea of hiding the device in her hair, challenging where Yoonji would claim she had hidden this time. Mia stepped closer to Yoonji, her voice low but sharp. If Yoonji still could not trust her even after all this, she asked if she should take everything off to finally satisfy her doubts. Yoonji broke down as tears welled in her eyes. Later, Tae-soo placed a jacket on Mia and asked if it was really necessary to go this far. Mia blushed at his support and thanked him quietly. After that, Tae-soo explained that they searched the entire pension, but in the end, the camera couldn't be found, and the incident ended with Yoonji surrendering. Yoonji, overwhelmed, cried as she apologized to Mia. Hee-soo then addressed everyone, telling them that they should leave the story there. The misunderstanding was cleared up. A proper apology was given, and Mia had even said she forgave Yoonji. Mia, however, showed no emotion as she stood there. Tae-soo continued admitting that things could have blown up even further, but it was Mia who decided to end it there. He hadn't expected her to go so far as to rampage like that, but still, it worked. At that moment, Mia called out to President Hee-soo, asking if she could take Eunji to talk privately. Hee-soo asked if she meant right now. Mia reassured her that she wasn't going to hit her, reminding her that she had already said she forgave her. Yoonji grew nervous at the request. Mia smiled and added that if they ended it like this, things would only be awkward between them. She suggested Yoonji should at least treat her to a drink. With that, Mia led Yoonji away. As they left, Hee-soo quickly called Tae-soo over to keep a watch on the two. The next scene showed Mia sitting with Yoonji, asking to hear her side of things. Tae-soo was there as well, showing Yoonji the camera and explaining that the reason he didn't report her right away was because he wanted to confirm something. He asked why she had set it up and what her goal was. Yoonji was shocked that Tae-soo had the camera. Tae-soo pressed further, reminding her that Mia had said it before. She didn't want to blow things out of proportion. He urged Yoonji to be honest. Nervously, Yoonji questioned why he was holding the camera, insisting that Mia must have had it. Just then, Hyun appeared and tugged at Yoonji's cheeks. She declared that she had held onto the camera the whole time. Tae-soo explained that this was the reason the camera never turned up in Mia's search. The idea that Mia had the camera was only to make it look that way. In reality, the camera had been hidden in the room. Following Mia's actions, he had called the other girls using Hee-soo Sunbai's name, and while the room was empty, he bought time. The story shifted to the past where Hyun had discovered the camera. Looking at it, she wondered if this was what Appa had been talking about. Tae-soo narrated that by letting Hyun, who wasn't involved, collect and keep it, they effectively removed the evidence. He turned to Yoonji, explaining that it must have been confusing. The camera was gone as soon as she woke up. She was suddenly called out with no time to handle it, and in the end, it turned out Mia didn't even have the device. Mia added that Yoonji probably tried very hard not to look suspicious, but unfortunately, her behavior still showed. She explained that when the three girls were leaving, the only one who glanced at the power outlet was Yoonji. Tae-soo then revealed the memory card. When they checked it, they found footage of Yoonji turning on the camera. There were other videos as well, but they all had one common feature. The camera was always facing towards the luggage, not the others. Exposed, Yoonji broke down crying and promised to tell everything. She said she never had bad intentions. Tae-soo clarified the situation further. Yoonji, who had some recognition even before, often had her belongings damaged or stolen. She became very stressed because of it, and on group trips like this, she installed the camera only for security. She hadn't managed to delete the data or react quickly enough because she never imagined anyone would notice. When it seemed like Mia had the camera, she panicked, fearing Mia might use it against her. Even if she hadn't meant harm, if others found out she set it up, her reputation and everything she had built would disappear instantly. Yoonji explained that the device had a button to wipe the data completely from outside. So she had tried whatever she could to get it back. Through tears, Yoonji explained further. If the device was hidden, she couldn't do anything. But if she could just get it back, she might be able to fix things. Before Mia came at her first, she felt she needed to make the first move. It was all she could think about, and her mind had gone blank. This was the full story of what happened in the morning. After Yoonji admitted her mistake, Mia responded calmly. She said she had already figured it was something like that. If Yoonji had bad intentions, she wouldn't have only filmed the luggage. And if the purpose was recording, an audio recorder would have been safer. Anyway, Yoonji, still crying, kept apologizing again and again. Tae-soo reflected that maybe Mia had already guessed this from the beginning, which was why she came to him instead of going to the police. Hearing Yoonji's repeated apologies, Mia finally told her she would trust her. Everyone was surprised by her words and looked at her in silence. Mia questioned why they were all looking at her like that. Yoonji admitted her mistake and took full responsibility, and Mia said that was enough. Yoonji looked at her in disbelief, asking with tears if Mia was really okay with this. She couldn't believe Mia was willing to forgive after everything she had done. She cried, calling her Mia Uni, overwhelmed by guilt. But Mia reassured her again. She said it was fine. She had only been curious about why Yoonji installed it. And it wasn't as if she had become the culprit herself. Smiling, Mia explained further. She didn't want to ruin the department's mood this early in the semester, and they could always watch Yoonji a bit longer to see if she was telling the truth. Then suddenly Mia put on a creepy face and hinted darkly that if Yoonji was lying, her unsettling expression alone was enough to terrify Yoonji completely. Hyun turned to Tae-soo with disbelief, remarking that Mia seemed like a completely different person from the one she knew. She wondered aloud if this was really the same Mia Uni. As Mia now appeared to be someone else entirely, Tae-soo fell into thought at her words, uncertain himself. The story then shifted to the night when Mia and Tae-soo were investigating together and Hyun drunk had come to them. Walking along the road, Mia suddenly thanked Tae-soo, addressing him as Sunbai. Tae-soo, surprised, asked why she was thanking him so suddenly. Mia explained it was for helping out without asking anything. She admitted she had been worried since, after being so harsh with him, he could have ignored her. She turned to him then, confessing that she might have misunderstood him a little. Back in the present, Tae-soo recalled that moment in his mind. He thought to himself that maybe it was so. And that was how the small commotion at the MT quietly came to an end. Respecting Mia's wish not to blow things up, they had kept it between only those who knew. Yoonji had calmed down and handed over the device to them. Looking at the memory card, Tae-soo reflected further. With this evidence in their hands, Yoonji probably would not try anything again, especially since she had promised to cooperate with anything that came up from now on. She had also told the other girls in her room, and perhaps because they had experienced similar things, they sympathized with her quickly. At that moment, Do Yeonwoo and Dabin arrived. Dabin grew emotional and apologized tearfully to Mia, saying she was the worst. Tae-soo noted that in fact the others spent more time apologizing to Mia. After that, Mia turned to Tae-soo, thanking him for everything and admitting she had not expected his quick thinking to work so well. Tae-soo asked if she would really be okay. Mia questioned what he meant by that. Tae-soo clarified, asking if she was not embarrassed to return after everyone had seen her with barely any clothes on. He reminded her that even if she had been angry, wasn't her outburst a bit much? Mia, flustered, asked what else she was supposed to do. Just stand there and let Yoonji keep pushing? She explained it was too annoying to ignore, and besides, it had only been a sports bra. Mia quickly added that she was not that kind of girl, making sure he understood clearly. Tae-soo wondered what kind of girl she meant. Blushing deeply, Mia clarified that she was not someone who just stripped anywhere and everywhere. She insisted that when she said something once, he should understand it the first time. Her face grew redder with embarrassment, and seeing this, Tae-soo thought to himself that he had misunderstood her words earlier and realized she had meant something else. Still, Tae-soo remarked that if Yoonji had been lying completely, things could have turned out differently. Mia responded firmly that she would have involved the police in that case. She admitted honestly that Yoonji did not seem like that type of person, and that she had only panicked and done what she could. She added that if she had been the culprit, she would have handled things much better. Tae-soo agreed inwardly that the incident had been handled far too simply. Mia concluded by saying that if such a day ever came, they would deal with it then. Tae-soo accepted this, thinking that if she was fine with the outcome, then it was not really his business. Mia went on to share her own feelings. She explained that her only goal was to graduate peacefully without any trouble. The moment she had discovered the camera, she had been terrified, and even now, the memory still sent chills down her spine. Hearing this, Tae-soo grew confused. Mia continued, saying that now there was no one left to disturb her peaceful school life. Tae-soo questioned if she really believed that. Mia asked what he meant. He reminded her that she was talking about a peaceful school life right after the chaos she had caused. Mia paused to think, but before she could answer, many students suddenly surrounded her. To her shock, they began snapping photos of her. Because of the incident, Mia had unexpectedly become famous. Some students came up to her directly, telling her she should not have hidden how cute she was. Mia grew extremely flustered at the attention. Nearby, Tae-soo's two friends, Monkey and Yongha, looked furious and confronted Tae-soo. They demanded an explanation from him since he had told them that Mia was his younger sister. Tae-soo explained his side, noting quietly that Mia herself had no idea her careless actions had now made her the center of attention for the entire department. The crowd grew larger. Students stared at Mia without her glasses and became even more excited. They exclaimed that she looked much better without her dorky disguise. Some admitted they had thought she was cute even before. They asked if she knew how to do makeup, offering to teach her. They begged her to make the same expression she had shown earlier at Yoonji. Others suggested getting rid of her tacky sweatpants first. Overwhelmed by so many people at once, Mia grew increasingly nervous. Tae-soo reflected to himself that the students in their department were so eccentric that other departments even called them Weirdo Com instead of Medicom. At that moment, Mia shouted at everyone to stop for a second, her voice filled with panic. Tae-soo finished his thoughts, noting that she had definitely left her mark as someone unforgettable. The scene shifted to social media, where a post related to her was there. Seeing this, Mia was left utterly shocked. The second night of MT finally arrived, and the atmosphere grew even more energetic. Yoonji grabbed the microphone, announcing loudly that for the crime of dampening the mood of the Medicom freshman MT, she, Yoonji, would once again liven things up. With that, she stepped onto the stage and began to sing. Tae-soo observed that despite a few incidents here and there, the 3-day, 2-night trip was finally nearing its end in peace. Listening to Yoonji's singing, Hee-soo admitted with a sigh of relief that she was glad everything had wrapped up well, confessing she had been anxious earlier in the day. Standing beside her, Tae-soo nodded in agreement. His thoughts drifted to Mia, who had been caught up in the earlier incident. Since morning, the Sunbys hadn't left her alone, constantly teasing and bothering her. At one point, someone even tried to feed her a snack, telling her to open her mouth. Snapping back in annoyance, Mia insisted she could eat on her own. Watching the situation, Tae-soo thought to himself that she had definitely been singled out, and this treatment would likely continue for at least 3 months. But then he reminded himself, this wasn't the time to worry about her. The whole reason he had come to the MT was to spend time with Hee-soo Sunbai, even skipping 2 days of work for it, and yet he hadn't managed to accomplish anything. That was the truth behind why he was there. Normally, he avoided these kinds of gatherings, but this time he hadn't ignored the opportunity to be with her. Just then, a few students approached Hee-soo, saying there were only 2 bottles of soju left, and asking if she had any more. Surprised at how fast it had run out, Hee-soo reacted with disbelief. Tae-soo thought this might be a good chance for them to step out together. But Hee-soo decided it wouldn't look right for her to leave just then, so she asked Tae-soo to do her a favor instead. Hearing her request, Tae-soo blushed before agreeing. Inwardly, he admitted to himself that moments like this were the reason he always fell short. Handing him a card, Hee-soo asked him to go buy beer. Tae-soo accepted, telling himself it was fine. He just needed to hurry back quickly. Still, he couldn't help but think it was a bit much to go alone. Right then, Yongha called out to everyone, saying he would demonstrate his magic trick of making beer disappear in one gulp, and if he succeeded, they should treat him to a meal later. The girls immediately asked why it had to be them. After that, Tae-soo headed toward the girls' dorm. There, the girls greeted him cheerfully, most already tipsy. Hyun especially was in bad shape, having drunk far too much. One girl doodled on Hyun's face, while another mentioned that once Hyun finished getting ready, they should take a group photo to remember the night. She even asked Tae-soo if he wanted to join in. Watching this scene, Tae-soo muttered inwardly that it was better to just go on his own rather than drag along such odd company. He reflected that when Mia had caused chaos in the morning, he never thought a calm evening like this would follow. With that thought in mind, he set out alone to buy the beer. As he walked, his thoughts turned back to Mia, wondering where she had gone. He realized it was the first time he had seen her in 5 years, so it was only natural that her appearance had changed so much. Still, she seemed strangely knowledgeable about the outlet-type camera, and back then she had insisted that nothing worth mentioning had ever happened. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to stay so calm in such situations, and what exactly had happened to her during those missing years. Could she have gotten tangled up in something dangerous? Just then, he spotted Mia standing on the roadside, quietly enjoying the night breeze as the moonlight lit up her face. When Tae-soo called out to her, she flinched in surprise and immediately tried to run off, demanding how he had known she was there. Watching her flee left Tae-soo bewildered, and he called after her. In her rush, Mia stumbled and fell. Tae-soo hurried over and extended a hand, asking if she was okay. Mia winced from the fall, but then, to his surprise, blushed slightly as she met his eyes. Tae-soo commented on how shocked she looked, almost as if she had just seen a ghost. Mia quickly apologized, asking him to pretend he hadn't seen her, and even promised to treat him to ice cream later. Her words only deepened Tae-soo's confusion. Then she awkwardly asked if he was running an errand, adding that she thought the sunbays had sent him out to catch her. Hearing this, Tae-soo realized just how much she must have been through. The two of them then set off together to buy beer. On the way, Tae-soo mentioned how intense their department always felt. Mia agreed, even suggesting they might be too much, joking that maybe the school only chose extroverts during interviews. Tae-soo responded uncertainly, while Mia added that despite their overbearing energy, they were still good people. She admitted that when she first arrived at the pension, she had worried about fitting in. Hearing her honesty lifted Tae-soo's spirits, and he thought to himself that he never imagined he would get to share a moment like this with her again. As they walked further, he pointed out how familiar the area looked. Mia asked what he meant, and Tae-soo reminded her of the back hill near their school that they used to visit. Mia fell quiet, taking in her surroundings. Tae-soo thought that he never would have believed he'd have the chance to walk and talk with Mia again like this. He asked if the place sparked any memories, reminding her of when they used to borrow stacks of books after school and stay at the library until the sun set. The scene shifted to the past, showing their high school days. Tae-soo and Mia reading together, until at one point Mia burst into tears over a character's death, resting her head on his lap. Tae-soo had teased her then, complaining that her tears and snot had stained his pants. The memory made him laugh even now. Back in the present, Mia tilted her head, saying she didn't remember that happening. But for Tae-soo, it was still vivid, one of the few joyful memories from his school years. Hearing this, Mia remarked that he had changed. She didn't remember him being this easygoing before. Tae-soo replied that people couldn't stay the same forever, saying he had learned how to get along with others through part-time jobs. He reminded her that neither of them were kids anymore, and since they'd continue crossing paths at school, it would be better to apologize properly if there was anything left unresolved between them. Mia went silent for a moment, then admitted she had wanted to keep her distance, believing it was for the best. She apologized if she had been too harsh in the moment. Hearing this left Tae-soo stunned. He then asked her about their very first meeting at school, wondering if she remembered what he had said. Mia asked if he meant on the day of the entrance ceremony. The scene cut back to that day, Mia telling him to mind his own business, saying it would be better if they stayed apart before walking away. Back in the present, Mia explained that it hadn't been his fault. She said she had simply wanted them to remain strangers as much as possible. She wondered aloud why fate kept throwing them back together like this. If they hadn't met again at the police station or on campus, she never would have treated him so coldly. She apologized again, calling him Han Tae-soo, but insisted she didn't want to bring up the past. She admitted those years had been difficult, but if he truly wanted to know, she could explain eventually. Since they'd continue to see each other until graduation, avoiding one another would be impossible. Her words left Tae-soo deeply unsettled. Mia continued, saying that once graduation came, she would no longer be around. As she started to walk away, she told him they should head back since everyone was probably waiting, adding that the night air was getting a little chilly. Tae-soo stayed quiet. He feared that if he pushed further, he might end up reopening wounds she had tried to bury. Worse, he worried that pressing too hard could make her disappear from his life all over again, just like before. Watching her walk ahead, he called after her, only for things to shift suddenly, as Hisoo spotted him and quickly urged him inside. Looking flustered, she apologized and told him to hurry, saying the crowd was getting restless and wanted the drinks themselves. The president shouted over the noise, telling everyone not to push and announcing that the drinks had finally arrived. Mia then joined in, raising her voice to calm the students, telling them to wait just a moment. The students were surprised to see her and teased her, saying the girls had been looking for her and wondering if she had tried to escape. Hesitant, Mia quietly replied that she had just gone for a short walk. Tae-soo thought to himself that it was fine. There was no need to rush. Mia had said her only goal was to graduate, and today wasn't the only day that mattered. And so, their first MT as third years came to an end. It had been filled with incidents, yet it left behind even more questions. On their way back after the MT, Hisoo and Tae-soo were seen close together, their faces turning red as they looked at one another with shy blushes. Finally, after 3 days, Tae-soo was able to get alone time with his crush. He was planning to kiss her and confess to her right now, and maybe do more if she's down for it. The viewers are also ready for this moment. But then Mia cock blocks everyone by coughing to get their attention. Using her usual delinquent tone, she calls the saying, "Hey, if there's nothing wrong with the car, why don't we get going? I'm tired. I'd like to get home and rest as soon as possible." They both get flustered and Hisoo covers her face in embarrassment. Hyun agrees with Mia, saying, "Wasn't it just some gravel getting kicked up? Even from here, the windshield looks fine." Then holding back her anger, she asked whether she should call the insurance company for her. Tae-soo, nervous, apologized to Hisoo, saying that he stumbled by accident. Hisoo just shrugs it off, saying it's fine, and that the car seems okay. In the end, nothing happened because of those two unwanted guests. Mia looks outside and grumbles, saying, "Ugh, seriously, if I had known this would happen, I would have taken the bus no matter what. I just assumed it would be full again." Hyun then suspiciously asks, "Really? You didn't avoid the bus on purpose?" This catches Mia off guard, and she questions what she means by "on purpose." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hyun explains, saying, "Uni, what I mean is, if you still have lingering feeling for Appa, and just use the bus as an excuse to stay with Tae-soo Appa, didn't you miss the bus on purpose? Even though you said you're not interested in Appa anymore, you said it was all over." Seeing her cute expression, Mia couldn't help and hugs her playfully, saying, "Ah, are you sulking, Hyun? Are you upset with this Uni?" Hyun gets hella embarrassed and asks what she's doing all of a sudden. Mia then smiles, saying, "Don't worry. It's definitely not like that. I clearly told you last time we met, right? Coming to this university was purely by chance, and I didn't really plan to meet again." Hyun gets surprised, and Mia clarifies, saying, "If you don't believe me, it's been 5 years already, hasn't it? Dating that guy, it was just a brief thing during middle and high school, and I haven't seen him in so long that I have no particular feelings anymore, so you don't have to worry about me." Hyun pouts and asks whether she's saying the truth. Mia smirks, saying, "If you don't believe me, should I help you out?" She whispers to her ear, saying that so she could get together with Han Tae-soo. Hyun becomes super red and asks whether she's serious. Mia responds, saying, "Have you been deceived all your life? Just say the word. I'm really offering to help, but you know I've been curious since I saw you in front of his room before. Does Han Tae-soo really not know that you like him? Everyone else seems to know, though. Have you ever confessed?" Multiple arrows pierces Hyun as she gets slapped by reality. She hesitantly says, As you know, Uni, Appa had been tutoring me since elementary school. Maybe that's why he still only sees me as just his student or as a younger sister. Like he feels guilty about it, and he's sorry." Hearing this, Mia laughs her ass off, asking whether it's really the reason for it. Hyun, feeling embarrassed, yells at her to not laugh. Meanwhile, Tae-soo and Hisoo wonder what's going on. Mia apologizes to her and says, "Don't worry. Don't we know already how rigid he is? If it doesn't work after 10 times, then try 100. Then she concludes saying, "Well, that's that." But first, she points to Hisoo outside and says that should tackled first, in her opinion. It appears that these two are plotting something nefarious against our poor student council president, but Tae-soo and Hisoo didn't know what conversation was going between the two gremlins inside the vehicle. The scene now shifts to a week later. The semester had begun, and our boy sees Mia with her hair loose and fully decked out with drip. It appears that after MT, she had decided to drop the nerdy gig and be the boss girl she is. She had become a central figure among the freshmen. Yoonji keeps nagging her constantly, asking to go to class together. Mia simply tells her to stop following her, but Yoonji holds her arm and says she's the only one for her. Mia comments that she's quite the bold one. Seeing this, Tae-soo thinks that Mia has a strong personality, especially considering everything she did, especially to Yoonji, who was the culprit. But Yoonji has started to stalk Mia like a creepy love-struck fanatic. Apparently, she feels head over heels for Mia's cool and charismatic side that day. Yoonji asks whether she wants to try streaming once, since she is so cute. Mia declines it, saying she's not interested. Since the incident, Mia has stopped with her tacky, nerdy disguise. When asked why, she says that her sunbaes said they'd be waiting in front of her house every morning, offering to help her style if she couldn't do it herself. But our boy Suspicious doesn't buy her excuse. He thinks, why didn't she bother dressing up before? Her taste is one thing, but she didn't seem like she couldn't dress well. Like when we met at the police station. Then suddenly a cheerful voice can be heard, and in the next moment, Haeyoon jumps on our boy, calling him her appa. She asks whether the classes are over, and he affirms. She says that he doesn't have work tonight either. She cheerfully asks whether he wants to go see the flowers together. She saw them bloom beautifully along the path in front of the school. That's why she wants to see it together. Our boy thinks that Haeyoon has suddenly been clingy recently and wonders whether has she been proactive like this before. Then he gets an idea about her offer to watch the flowers. The scene now shifts to sometime later, and we see a board stating that instant photos are for sale for only 5,000 won. Tae-soo stands proudly as he had found a way to make more money. Meanwhile, poor Haeyoon has gotten scammed and is being used as free labor for his business. She questions what this gig is all about. All she wanted was to view flowers together. Our boy sheepishly says, actually during the photography club event in my freshman year, I won an instant camera and 30 film rolls. But I've noticed that depreciation hits pretty hard if sold secondhand. So I had it stored in my cabinet and completely forgot about it. But when you mentioned flower viewing, this came to my mind. Plus my part-time job slot was free. Haeyoon was flabbergasted by this revelation. Tae-soo then thanks her, reminding that this was possible all thanks to her. This causes Haeyoon to lighten up as he had praised her just now. She thinks that it's okay as long as she thinks it positively. This is also a type of flower viewing. It's not like I didn't know what kind of person he was when I started to like him. She then stands up and shouts saying, come step right up. Get your lovely instant photo taken. Just 5,000 won. You don't get this chance every day. Then she tells Tae-soo that if they finish early, he has to go see the flowers with her. He agrees to her deal, and she cheerfully does her job while thinking, if 10 times doesn't work, then 100. No, 1,000 times. My heart has always been steady like this, and it will continue to be. But then suddenly a girl approaches them, asking whether it's 5,000 won per shot. Haeyoon's happiness comes to an end as she recognizes that voice. It's none other than Dabin, the famous celebrity gamer. She asks if it's okay if she chose who she wants to take a picture with. It appears that this chick wants to take revenge by seducing our boy. Haeyoon remembered the moment she realized she truly liked her appa. That moment was probably back when he was still dating Mia. The scene shifted to the present, where Tae-soo was busy taking photos of everyone. Each person posed in their own way, most being playful like Dabin, while Haeyoon's expression stayed sulky. Afterward, Dabin looked through the pictures and was impressed by Tae-soo's skill, saying he was really good at taking photos. She asked if he had learned it somewhere or if he had a special trick. Tae-soo said he just took them randomly, adding that maybe the model looked good. Dabin smiled and teased him, asking if he was flirting with her, calling him Appa. Hearing her say that made Haeyoon furious. Dabin then said, earlier, you said you weren't comfortable taking pictures together. Was it because you were shy with so many familiar faces around? If that's the case, it's not too late, or we can go somewhere else and take one. Watching Dabin flirt with Tae-soo broke Haeyoon's heart. At that moment, Mia placed a hand on Dabin's shoulder and said she suddenly wanted milk tea and cake, reminding Dabin about her promise to treat her as an apology for before. Dabin panicked, saying she was busy, but Mia insisted, reminding her that she had promised to buy it whenever she wanted. Dabin tried to say she wouldn't skip a promise, but asked if they could do it next time. Mia smiled sweetly, though her eyes said otherwise, and declared that she wanted it now. Dabin trembled and gave in, saying if her uni wanted it now, then that was fine. Mia thanked her, said she loved her, and as they walked away, she turned back, winked at Haeyoon, and told her not to be nervous, reminding her that confidence is the key for a woman to make a man fall in love. Haeyoon realized that Mia had taken Dabin away on purpose, so she could have some time with Tae-soo. Tears of joy filled her eyes as she took a deep breath, thinking she was right. She told herself not to lose courage. If 10 tries weren't enough, then she'd try 11. A woman should always stay confident. Gathering her courage, she told Tae-soo they should use the rest of the film. Just the two of them. But right then, Hee-soo appeared and greeted them. Seeing her made Hyun's face drop, because Hisu was the woman of Tae-soo's dreams. Hisu said she had heard from others about the cherry blossom photo shoot. She mentioned she brought the whole department, and since there were many people, it might take a while. Tae-soo looked at his crush and confidently agreed, saying even if it took all night, he'd take everyone's photos. Hyun felt her heart sink. She thought of Mia, wondering where she was, and joined Hisu and Tae-soo for the photos. It hurt, but it was also strangely fun. The next day, Tae-soo narrated that on his way back from his part-time job, he ran into Cha-mia again. He saw her on the walking trail that had recently become famous as a couple's spot. He froze. Of all places, why there? He wondered if he should take another path. She looked like she had dressed up more than usual, so he thought she might be on a date. But when he looked closely, she was confidently posing, taking silly selfies in strange ways, and she looked beautiful while doing it. Seeing that, he realized she probably wasn't on a date. He remembered being surprised at how Mia had turned into a model student after the semester began. According to Hyun, who shared several classes with her, Mia's popularity was insane. She was pretty, which drew attention, and her straightforward personality made everyone like her. Though she kept some distance, it gave her a mysterious charm that made people want to get closer. She was serious in class and looked smart. Overall, her image was great. Tae-soo thought about it and agreed she really was like that. Almost every guy in the university liked her. They were all crazy for her. He admitted to himself that he wasn't the only one who thought that way. Her style was one thing, but her beauty was undeniable. Even now, people couldn't stop glancing at her. He thought about how things had changed since that night. Mia no longer seemed to avoid him. Though they weren't close, she still addressed him as Sunbae, and they greeted each other when they met. She had told him that since they would run into each other for a while, there was no need to make things awkward. Looking back, he realized he had been overly conscious of her. They could have just laughed it off and spoken casually, but now he understood there was no need for that anymore. Although she was still as unpredictable as ever. He realized he didn't need to be the one to make the first move to acknowledge her. Every time he got involved with her, it led to tiring situations. Whatever she was up to, he thought he should ignore it and return home to continue farming. But then he saw two guys approach Mia. At first, he thought they might be her friends. But then he heard Mia telling them that she already had company and that they should try hitting on someone else. He realized they did not know each other. The guys suggested they all have a drink together at a nearby bar they knew. But Mia told them she had already said no. When the men continued to pester her, Tae-soo considered stepping in but hesitated. He reminded himself that she had said she had company and wondered if he really needed to interfere, worrying that if something went wrong, he would get dragged into trouble. At that moment, Mia suddenly came over to him and told the two men that she was currently in a budding relationship with this guy right here. She grabbed Tae-soo's hand tightly and asked the men not to disturb them. Tae-soo was left shocked by Mia's sudden behavior. Her unexpected act left him frozen, his thoughts echoing in disbelief as he wondered what on earth Mia was thinking. But before he could react, Mia leaned closer and whispered for him to just play along, promising that she would owe him one later. Tae-soo stared at her in confusion, realizing she had blurted something out without thinking again. In his mind, he called her a troublemaker. Without hesitation, Mia grabbed Tae-soo's hand tightly and turned toward the two men in front of them, declaring that Tae-soo was the one she was dating. The two guys stood confused, unsure whether to believe her, asking if she was serious. Startled, Tae-soo nervously asked Mia if she realized what she had just said. But Mia, playing her part with exaggerated cuteness, asked him what was wrong, calling him her honey pie. At that moment, the two men revealed their identities. One was Ma Dae-ho, 27 years old, and the other was Go Dong-soo, 26 years old. Both of them were Tae-soo's part-time work seniors. They gave an awkward smile, surprised, and asked if it was really true that Tae-soo was dating someone. Tae-soo covered his face, clearly embarrassed, and clarified that these two were his seniors from the same part-time job. Mia was startled by the revelation, realizing the coincidence, exclaiming in frustration that this was happening again. She reminded him that something similar had happened before, wondering why everything always turned into a mess whenever Tae-soo was involved. Meanwhile, Yoonji was walking down the road holding an ice cream when she noticed Tae-soo and Mia together. Seeing them standing close, she froze in surprise, recognizing them and wondering if she was really seeing Tae-soo's sunbae with Mia Uni. Back at the scene, Mia, flustered, shouted for Taesu to hurry up and explain that they were not in that kind of relationship. Taesu asked her why she suddenly burst out like that, and why she hadn't thought before saying such things. Daeho then held up his camera, urging them to move closer. Dongsu grabbed them both and pushed them side by side, teasing that they should act like a couple in a budding relationship. He told them to get closer and closer. Embarrassed and blushing deeply, Mia tried to deny everything. She shouted that it was all a misunderstanding, explaining that Taesu was just someone she knew from school. She said she had only tried to escape because she thought she was being hit on. But Dongsu ignored her and told her to just get closer, pretending to understand, but still pushing for the picture. Mia grew frustrated, asking if they couldn't hear what she was saying. At that moment, Taesu suddenly took her hand. Mia looked at him, shocked, as he quietly explained that it was useless to argue. It was spring, the season of love, and people around them were already in a dating mood. He told her that no matter what they said, those guys would still link everything to romance. He reassured her that they were not bad people. Dongsu and Daeho cheerfully took their pictures, laughing about how cute the two looked together. They seemed proud, calling themselves matchmakers and saying another couple had been created by their hands. Mia, still blushing, quietly admitted that it did seem that way. Taesu told her he knew being with him must be uncomfortable, but asked her to bear with it for a bit longer, explaining that a few quick photos would make it easier and faster to end the situation. Mia agreed reluctantly, saying that if he insisted, she could take a few photos with him. Her tone made it sound as though she were doing him a favor. Taesu noticed it and complained about her tone, to which Mia smiled sweetly and said she was only joking. Her playful smile made him blush. Mia then added that there was no special reason behind taking the photos. They were only doing it to escape from the situation. Taesu nodded, understanding. Soon after, Daeho and Dongsu managed to take a good photo of the two together. Meanwhile, Taesu reflected that it had been 5 years since he had taken a photo with Mia. Later, as he walked through his university campus, his thoughts wandered to the changing season. He noticed how love seemed to bloom everywhere in the world during spring. Even within the prestigious halls of Seohan University around him, students chatted excitedly, mentioning that club recruitment would start next week. Some girls giggled about joining the same clubs as their boyfriends. Taesu couldn't help but think that love was indeed everywhere, in the media department, in the student council, everywhere except his own department. When he entered his club room, he found the lights turned off and his friends sitting gloomily. Surprised, he asked why they were cooped up on such a nice day. His friends sighed and told him there was nowhere else to go. They jokingly asked if he could introduce any girls, then immediately teased him, saying, "Never mind," because he obviously couldn't. Taesu replied that there was no point in asking if they already knew the answer. Taesu then inwardly narrated that their prestigious media communication department was filled with people caught in springtime fever. Attendance at drinking parties was nearly perfect, with almost everyone showing up except for those in his department. Their purpose at those parties was so obvious that he didn't even bother asking anymore. As more people gathered, the boys eagerly asked the girls if anyone was feeling the spring mood, offering to buy them meals and acting flirty. But among such groups, there were always those who ruined the mood. Many girls complained to Hisu that some seniors always related everything to dating during department events. Because of that, many girls avoided participating, and reports of harassment increased, leaving mostly male students in attendance. Hisu grew furious and scolded everyone, announcing that there would be no more group drinking parties under department activities for the time being. She warned everyone to show self-restraint, even if they were caught up in spring fever, and reminded the seniors to behave properly around their juniors. Taesu noted that it had been a long time since he had seen Hisu this angry. Some of the male students cried out in frustration, complaining about the situation and blaming those who had caused trouble. They lamented that their dating plans for spring were ruined, vowing to find love before the season ended. Taesu watched them and thought that cold winds were now sweeping through the media communication department. He asked them if it really had to be during spring, suggesting they could wait. His friends scoffed and called him a dating dead end, saying that was exactly why people use such phrases about him. They laughed that catching spring fever was all about timing. Taesu then thinks of Hisu's earlier words, admitted inwardly that calling him a dating dead end was harsh. He did have some interest in dating. There was someone he had kept in his heart, someone he liked. As he pondered, Mia's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He blushed in surprise, wondering why he thought of her all of a sudden. His friends noticed his expression and asked why he was blushing, accusing him of thinking something perverted. He quickly denied it, though his thoughts were still in disarray. He wondered if it was because of what had happened earlier with Mia. She had promised to repay the favor someday, but he had no idea how she planned to do that. One of his friends suddenly asked whether he was actually dating Hyun. Taesu immediately denied it, frustrated that he had to repeat himself so many times. The guy replied that he already knew, but mentioned that Hyun had apparently been confessed to by a guy from another department. At that moment, Hyun was in her room staring at a photo she had taken with Taesu and Hisu. Her roommate then entered and teased her, saying she would wear the photo out by staring at it so much. She jokingly called it a picture of her and her husband, and teased that maybe she had been about to kiss him when she interrupted. Embarrassed, Hyun turned red and shouted in denial, calling her crazy. Her friend then laughs, saying Hyun was really something, and mentioned that she had heard about another confession Hyun had rejected. We are now introduced to Park Yoon, a 21-year-old woman. She teased Hyun by asking how many victims there had been so far, 10 or 12. Hyun replied softly that she barely even knew the guy, having only seen him a few times in liberal arts. Yoon said that still she could at least give someone a chance. She pointed out that even though Hyun was head over heels for her Taesu Sunbae, she deserved someone better. Hyun insisted that no one could be better than her appa. Yoon groaned, saying even with love goggles on, Hyun's devotion was extreme. Excited, Hyun offered to tell Yoon again how she had fallen for Taesu. She began recalling the time when she was in elementary school, saying that he had come over to teach her brothers. Yoon immediately refused to listen, saying she was sick of hearing the same story every night. She then shifted the topic, asking if Hyun was okay about Shin Dabin, the girl who had been hitting on Taesu like a sly fox. She wondered if Hyun was fine leaving that alone. Hyun calmly said it was fine, showing no concern. Yoon couldn't understand how she could be so relaxed. Hyun explained that Taesu and that girl had barely made eye contact, maybe once or twice. Yoon teased that she must have been keeping track like a detective, and joked that Hyun had earned a PhD in Taesuology. Hyun replied that it had always been like that with him. Once Taesu became interested in something, he couldn't take his eyes off it, and focused on it completely like a fool. Her expression then softened, admitting that what really concerned her was something else. Later, Mia and Hisu were seen laughing together, gossiping about Taesu. Mia told Hisu something Taesu had said earlier, which made Hisu laugh, saying that it sounded exactly like something he would say. Mia mentioned that since she got help from Hisu, they could meet later at the side gate. Hisu immediately guessed she meant Taeyang snacks, surprising Mia, who asked how she knew without her saying it. Hisu explained that she always went there whenever someone mentioned the side gate. Mia smiled and said they really matched well, and Hisu agreed happily. Both of them high-fived in excitement. From a short distance away, Taesu watched the two of them talking and laughing. As he approached, they greeted him warmly, but he couldn't help wondering in silence why they had been talking about him. The scene now shifts to later. Hisu was speaking on the phone with a professor about something important, while Mia stayed absorbed in her own phone. During this, Taesu's mind kept wandering. Something about their earlier conversation still bothered him. He kept wondering what they had been talking about, that his name even came up. The thought that they might have talked behind his back unsettled him deeply. Mia noticed him glancing over repeatedly. She called him out, mentioning how his constant glances had been bothering her since earlier. Taesu grew awkward, realizing his behavior must have been obvious. Mia, with a teasing smile, asked if he was worried that she might have badmouthed him to Hisu. Seeing his face flush red, she teased further that his expression already gave away the answer. Taesu felt caught off guard, realizing she had only been testing him. Mia reassured him not to worry, saying she wasn't that inconsiderate. She reminded him about the time during the MT when Hisu Sunbae had helped them so much. She mentioned how during that time, their vibes had matched perfectly, almost as if they were already friends. Hearing this, Taesu thought about how much Mia had changed. The Mia from before used to be shy and nervous. She used to struggle even with simple conversations, unable to easily connect with others. Maybe that was why back then she had always felt so unfamiliar to him. Hyun had once mentioned that Mia was totally different now. And seeing her today, Taesu finally understood those words. Mia then smirked and declared that the third wheel would now make a graceful exit. Taesu looked at her startled, She reminded him that she had promised to repay her debt and that this was her way of doing it. Turning to Hisu, she apologized, saying something urgent had come up. Hisu looked surprised but accepted it. Taesu's eyes widened in disbelief as Mia subtly gestured toward him before leaving, hinting that he and Hisu would now be alone together. She wished him good luck before walking away. Blushing, Taesu realized that Mia was deliberately trying to set him up with Hisu. Yet, despite everything, she was still his ex-girlfriend. His heart pounded heavily in his chest as he wondered if all this was really okay. Mia glanced back at him for a moment, then leaves thinking that a debt was a debt, and Mia had simply repaid hers. Now it was just Taesu and Hisu. He could hardly believe it. The moment he had longed for during the MT had come so easily, almost like a dream. But deep down he didn't want it to happen like this. He felt he should at least gather his thoughts before talking to her. Hisu soon announced that she had finished preparing the materials. Taesu, startled, realized how quickly she had wrapped up. Panic rose in him. Was she going to leave already? He tried to think of something to say, anything to extend the moment. Before he could overthink further, Hisu asked if he had eaten. He blinked, taken by surprise. She clarified that she meant dinner. He admitted that he hadn't eaten yet, and soon the two went out together to eat something sweet. As they ate dessert, Hisu smiled and said she definitely needed a sugar boost after work. Taesu looked around amazed, saying he never knew there was a place like this near their school. Hisu replied that it was kind of her secret spot, one that only she knew. Taesu glanced around at the crowd and joked that for a secret spot, there were way too many students from their school. Hisu laughed, saying that just thinking of it as her own secret place made it feel special. Anyway, watching her, Taesu couldn't help but think about how amazing Hisu Sunbai is. She reminded him that this outing was different from the time she had offered to buy him a meal, warning him not to misunderstand. Just being near her gave Taesu energy, and he realized that was the reason he liked her so much. Hisu thought about how, when he had first moved out to live on his own, Hisu Sunbai had helped him the most. She had supported him through everything, finding a place to live, managing part-time jobs, even handling living expenses. But what had helped him the most wasn't any of those things. It was her warm smile. He watched her enjoy the dessert, and thought again about how that simple smile had become something that encouraged him every day. He had once planned to confess his feelings right after being discharged, but life had kept getting in the way. Last year, he had been too busy taking care of Hyun, and this year, Mia's return had complicated everything again. When Hisu noticed him lost in thought, she asked if something was wrong. He quickly brushed it off, saying something had just gotten into his eye. Then she mentioned that Mia had told her there was something he wanted to say. She said she had been waiting, wondering if he might have forgotten. In his mind, Taesu cursed Mia for always meddling unnecessarily. He knew exactly what he wanted to tell Hisu, that he liked her, and had always liked her. In his imagination, he confessed everything, admitting his long-held feelings. But the truth was, it never left his thoughts. In reality, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. He thought that if he really had the courage to confess, he would have done it long ago. He also knew Hisu was always kind to everyone, not just to him. What if he had misunderstood her kindness? What if he confessed and she felt awkward or turned him down? The thought of her rejecting him or saying she liked someone else made his chest tighten. Then Taesu asked about the meal she had mentioned earlier. Hisu seemed almost amused that this was all he had wanted to say. Taesu, still nervous, thought that if she rejected him, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a month, maybe even a year. Hisu then suggested having meat together after the midterms, and mentioned that Hyun liked it too. Taesu agreed quickly, pretending to laugh casually, but feeling stiff and nervous inside. He wondered why he always froze up in front of her. Still, he reminded himself that sometimes the faster you go, the more careful you should be. He thought about how Hisu was supposed to have graduated already, yet she was still here. Maybe this was fate giving him one final chance. Then Hisu calls out to him. He asks what, and she gets closer to his ice cream and asks for a bite. Taesu blushes as her plumpy lips touches his cone. Later, walking home, Taesu smiled brightly to himself, thinking he should treat Mia to a meal next time for helping him have a wonderful day with Hisu. He couldn't hide his happiness. A little girl nearby pointed at him, laughing at the way he was running, while her mother hushed her and told her not to stare at strange people. Taesu didn't care. His heart was light. He thought about how he had just finished what felt like a pleasant date with Hisu Sunbae. Wondering if Mia was asleep, he considered getting her something from the school cafeteria. But on his way back, he saw Mia sitting alone at the corner of the road. She looked drunk, her face flushed and her movements unsteady. Tae-soo stopped in his tracks. He called out her name, and when Mia saw him, she smiled faintly and greeted him. Meanwhile, at the university pub street, Dabin shows her phone and yells, "Seriously, what the heck is with this guy? Is Han Tae-soo really even a man? Why is he resisting my charm?" Yoonji awkwardly says, "You're still trying? You're persistent too." Dabin claps back, telling her to shut up and that she's a hidden camera monster. She explains that, no matter how many times she tried to approach him first, he says he has a part-time job, and on texts, he almost never replies. Even when she tried to sit next to him in class, the two students apologized to her, saying that it took them a week to reserve the seat, and that it's the cheapest way to get Han Tae-soo's notes. Dabin is flabbergasted that he even sells the seats next to him for some ridiculous price. When she asked him about his day off, he said that he doesn't have one, and that he attends school without his parents' support, so even while working 7 days a week, he can barely get by. Dabin shouts, saying, "What's with this, I have to earn my tuition fees crap?" Yeonwoo then says that at this point, she should just see it as being rejected. Dabin grumbles that if he's going to make an excuse, he should make it more convincing. She starts crying that no one's ever treated her like this until now. Yeonwoo then tells her not to say that so carelessly, since it's a cliche in manga how fake love turns into real love. She then warns her, saying, "Didn't our Sunbae warn us beforehand? That he's decent looking, but his personality is seriously flawed." When women say things like that, it usually means he's seriously a trouble. Also, if her intention was simply to keep us in check, she wouldn't have said he's decent looking, right? But Dabin confidently says, "Even so, it doesn't seem that he isn't interested in me." Yeonwoo looks awkwardly and asks where the heck her confidence is coming from. Dabin then thinks about it, saying, maybe he actually has someone he's dating? You know, that acorn-like girl who's always sticking by his side. Yeonwoo asks if it's Hyun Sunbae, and Dabin affirms. Hearing this, Yoonji buds in, saying, "I'm not so sure about that." The two look attentively at her as she says, "Actually, I saw something quite interesting a few days ago. Folks, I think this is about Mia and Tae-soo openly taking pictures together like a couple." The scene now returns to Tae-soo's apartment. He stares at someone in his room, and we see that he had brought Mia into his room. She's sleeping on his bed like it's her own house. Tae-soo could only wonder what he should do now. Mia then rolls to the other side and lets out a naughty sound, probably having some sussy dream. Tae-soo stares at her, thinking, "I know that anyone seeing this situation would definitely misunderstand, but if I could just explain myself for a moment, it was an unavoidable situation. How could I leave her sleeping right in front of the door and just go inside?" He then recalls what had happened. He had asked Mia why she's outside, to which she had cried, saying that she can't go in. He had asked why, to which she explained that while she was drinking a bit while watching a movie in her room, she had seen something crawl towards her. It had been a cheeky cockroach which wanted to mate with her. She had screamed by this, and then the cockroach had disappeared into her bed. Therefore, she insists that she's going to sleep outside. Then Tae-soo had somehow managed to drag her to her doorstep, but she didn't enter her code. So basically, that's how she ended up in his house. Tae-soo then puts her jacket in a hanger and thinks, how much did she drink to pass out like that, unaware of her surroundings? Lucky I found her. What if something had happened while she was sleeping outside? He then looks at her and wonders why she's changed so much, and what on earth she's been through. Then he stares at her jacket and thinks, looking at these, you've grown a lot. Almost 10, no, about 15 centimeters taller? No wonder Hyun said you looked like a different person. You were about the same height as Hyun before. What did you eat to grow like this? No. More importantly, what are you trying to do? Why are you so eager to pair me up with someone else? Last time it was Hyun, and this time it was Hisu. Aren't you being too obvious? Do you dislike me so much that you want to keep me away like this? But if you disliked me, then back then, why did you? Or could it be that, despite what you say, you still have lingering feelings for me? He then shakes his head, saying, no, that's definitely not it. If she still had feelings, why go through the trouble of pushing me away? Someone with lingering feelings wouldn't say those things. He recalls what she had said to him during the MT, that if they hadn't met again, things would have just been better. Tae-soo thinks, It kind of feels like maybe I'm the only one stuck in the past, while she has started acting like nothing happened between us. Is it time for me to let go too? The Mia I liked, the Mia I loved from those days, only exists in my memories now. Then he hastily enters the washroom and turns on the shower, soaking his clothes. Then he says, "All right, I've gotten over it. From now on, I'll also treat her strictly as just another junior. Maybe I've been too conscious of her. Since she wasn't paying any attention to me, being the only one who cares just makes me feel like I'm losing." He wipes his hair, saying, "There's someone much more important to me than she is now, isn't there? Hisu Sunbai. She's the one who erased the word cost-effectiveness from my mind when I thought dating wasn't worth it." He then recalls some students say that there are more than 100 people Hisu Sunbai had rejected. Another student asks whether Hisu is that famous Sunbai for being a fortress. They joke that if Hisu Sunbai dates before graduation, then they'll donate 100 million won to the department. In present, Tisu thinks, my opponent is the fortress goddess of Medicom department. I didn't stoop so low as to cling to someone who said she didn't like me. But if she decides not to care about me anymore, then I too will stop caring about. She's so carefree after turning my heart upside down. At least I don't have a night shift today, so I can game until I feel like going to sleep. Then he notices her making a weird sound and he sees that she's about to puke. Our boy starts to sweat bullets, pleading her not to puke, and he wonders whether he should just leave her outside after all. He then decides to endure it, saying it's just for today, and that she'll probably wake up in a couple of hours at the latest. Suddenly, Mia pulls up her t-shirt and exclaims that it's hot. Seeing this, Tae-soo gets flustered, thinking, what the hell did my heart skip a beat? I literally just cooled my head and told myself not to think about her. It's fine. It's not like this is the first time I've seen her with her belly out. I've decided not to care whatever she does. Then he hears her puking, and his nightmare comes true. He then wraps her in a blanket and takes her out of his room while saying, well, in any case, she's the one who said she didn't want to owe me anything, and she's also the one who told me not to meddle in her business. It's not like I'm kicking her out because I'm conscious of her, it's just... But then he hears a female voice calling out his name. Tae-soo freezes as he recognizes that voice. Hisu looks at Mia and asks Tae-soo on what he's doing. Folks, I think bro is cooked. The scene now shifts to later. Mia stirs awake and is confused for a moment. She stares at the shady man near him, and the guy turns with tears and asks if she had a nice dream. She blushes furiously and asks what Han Tae-soo is doing in her room. Then she looks around in confusion and realizes that they are in the hallway. She notices the blanket around her and then looks at him and asks why he's crying. He pulls the blanket away, saying, if you're awake, I'll take the blanket back. Then he says, you said before that we should keep our distance, right? Mia in confusion affirms, and he replies saying, I think you were right. I think the same. I'll settle the bill for today's matters tomorrow. He startles her by slamming the door shut, saying, from now on, whether you pass out in the street or not, I won't care at all. Mia ruffles her hair and wonders what that's even supposed to mean. She wonders whether something bad happened. Meanwhile, from the other side of the door, Tae-soo cries out on, why does nothing ever go right when Mia is involved? Now we get a time skip to late March, the time when clubs are actively recruiting everywhere on campus. As Tae-soo walks along the university, the students talk to each other about joining a club, and they mention that there are so many clubs in this school. Just then, Tae-soo looks surprised as he sees Mia right in front of him. They both mutter, there you are again. It appears that their attempts at social distancing still isn't going so well. Tae-soo sarcastically says, oh, look who it is. Isn't this my junior, Cha Maya, who boldly promised to set me up with Sunbae, but then ruined it at the crucial moment? Flustered, Mia questions if he's going to keep bringing that up every time they meet, even though she had already apologized for that. Tae-soo questions why she's taking it so seriously, and that it's just a joke. We now get a flashback of what happened that night. Hisu questioned what he's doing here, and our boy stutters as he's caught in a compromising scene. He asks why she's here. She pauses for a moment, and then says that her family sent over some food, but it's too much for her and her roommate, so she wanted to share some with Tae-soo. Hisu glances at Mia's sleeping form and smiles. Then she runs off saying, sorry, I barged in on your private time without realizing. From now on, I'll contact you before I visit. Seeing this, Tae-soo desperately calls out her name and says it's just a misunderstanding, but she just left. The next day he brought Mia to Hisu and explained the situation properly, stating that she's his neighbor, and when he saw her drunk and laying outside, he took her in. Later, Taesu asks Mia if she had insomnia. She replies saying, "Not quite insomnia, but I haven't been able to sleep well lately, so I've been having a drink alone before going to bed. I've never blacked out before in my life, you know? I'm really sorry, it was my mistake. I don't even remember what happened in the room." Her face then becomes red as he says, "So you're saying that because you don't remember? I shouldn't charge you. You want to pretend it didn't happen?" Flustered, she throws items at him saying, "Just charge me, down to every last cent. But if you go around blabbing about last night, I won't let it slide. I'll come with a lawyer. Got it." She slams the door and leaves. Taesu decides to keep a strict distance from her now on. But currently, in the present, he met her again. Just then, Yoonji hugs Mia from behind, reminding her that they should be handing out flyers before hunting. Mia gets flustered by this, and Yoonji teases, saying, "I get that spring can be lonely." Mia blushes hella hard and asks what she means by hunting. Folks, it appears that the term hunting means boyfriend hunting. Then Yoonji greets Taesu. Taesu takes some time to remember her name, and he recalls that she's the one related to the camera incident, and he finally remembers that she's Yoonji. He asks what flyers is she talking about, and questions whether she took up a part-time job. She smiles, saying, "Nope. Dabin said she's starting a club." Taesu gets surprised by this and asks why she's not joining one instead. Yoonji replies saying, "Well, university life only happens once. They say just joining isn't fun enough." She then holds the flyer out and asks if he would like to join as well. The club name is Game Dev Club. It appears they are currently looking for founding members, but it appears that the phone number is left out. Taesu examines the flyer saying, "Isn't this flyer too half-hearted? No contact info, and to gather members, it needs to be more." Yoonji bluntly states that it doesn't matter and that they did it on purpose. Taesu gets curious, and she explains saying, "The founding members are already gathered. We just have to do the recruiting as a formality. It's partly to make a playground. If we were seriously recruiting, you know we'd be done in 10 seconds, right?" Taesu inwardly admits that the girls are popular, though he doesn't know them well. Yoonji then says to Mia, "If you're interested, join us, Sunbae. I owe you from before, and everyone will welcome you if it's you, Sunbae." Flustered, Mia whispers to Taesu to not join. He inwardly says, "Like I would. It's a playground for girls, after all. I can hardly participate in our department activities, let alone a club." Yoonji then picks a leaf from Mia's hair, and with a gentle smile, she jokes that she's clumsy. Seeing this, Taesu inwardly says, "Still, they're pretty impressive. After what happened at the MT for them to be so friendly, I wonder if it's because I've started to become conscious of her. Seeing her like this, it really feels like she's grown so much. It feels like I'm really starting to see her as a different person, which doesn't even make sense. Her face and voice are the same, so how can she be someone else? Well, if I really want to check, there is a way." The scene now shifts to later. He enters a classroom and sees Mia. He asks if she's stalking him, to which she claps back that she should be the one asking him that question. He then slowly closes the door, saying that he'll wait outside till she's done. She yells at him to just come in since it's distracting. Taesu then enters and opens his locker, which is filled with books. He stares at her and inwardly says, "There is actually one straightforward way to see if this Maya is the real one, and that is her chest." Bro shamelessly stares at her melons, and she blushes a bit and coughs. She closes the book she was reading and asks why he's staring at her. Taesu blushes a bit and says, "Well, I just found it a bit fascinating. You mentioned having insomnia lately, but despite that, you look quite lively, don't you think? No dark circles or anything." Hearing this, she says, "Are you stupid? Of course I cover them up with makeup." She then reassures him that her insomnia is not because of him, so he should not worry. She explains saying, "My sleep schedule is just messed up, that's all. It's not that I can't sleep because of you." Taesu nonchalantly says, "Oh, okay." Mia gets irritated, saying, "What's with that reaction? I was trying to be considerate since it seemed like you were bothered." Taesu smiles, saying, I just thought maybe it was because you were playing games all night." Mia gets confused and asks, "Why's that?" To which he says, "What do you mean why? Don't you remember? Gookbap's story." Mia gets flustered and asks why he brought that up all of a sudden. Just then, Shin Dabin enters the room while cheerfully greeting them. Taesu says to Mia, "Aren't you Fallen Power Angel?" the guildmaster of the 5th-ranked guild on the server. Then both of them look at Dabin, who is standing there, frozen. We then get a glimpse of Dabin's memory. In the game, she cheerfully approached her master, who is named Fallen Power Angel. They stand near a cliff and observe the scenery. Dabin, who is named Rich Bug, excitedly says to her master that they have finally reached top 5 on the server. Her master then replies saying, "Stop making a fuss, Rich Bug. We're still far from done. Our goal is to be number 1. We must not be satisfied until we achieve that." Dabin is in awe by her master, and she inwardly says, "No, master, I'm already more than satisfied. If you hadn't picked me up when I was a newbie, I wouldn't have been able to see this view." Later in bed, she had cuddled a plushie of her master. With heart-shaped eyes, she mutters, "Master, you were amazing today, too. What kind of person are they? Surely they must be an amazing person." She kisses the plushie, saying, "If someday I ever meet Master in person, I will." Then the memory ends, and we see Dabin frozen in shock as she mutters, saying, "My Uni is fallen. What did you say?" Dabin then quickly leaves the classroom, but she stands there still, her thoughts spiral as she questions herself whether Mia Uni is Fallen Power Angel. She blushes hella hard and wonders if she's her master who she's in love with. But then she finds it strange, saying, if Mia Uni is master, does it even make sense for her to get along with Han Tae-soo? Didn't they have to go to the police station? Just then she hears Mia from inside scolding Tae-soo that they agreed not to talk about that at school. He replies saying, "Oh, right, I forgot. You mentioned your guild has a lot of enemies." Dabin then recalls what Yoonji mentioned earlier. If someone's dating, it's definitely not Hyun Sunbae, but Mia Uni. I've seen it. They took pictures together, arm in arm at the park. They secretly slipped away during the MT too, and they've been hanging out quite often at school. I wonder if they've known each other for a long time. Dabin then fantasies Mia lovingly saying to Tae-soo, "Oh gosh, honey, we agreed that story was going to be our little secret, remember?" Tae-soo apologizes, saying, "Sorry, babe, it just slipped my mind." Dabin, in shock, wonders whether they are really in that kind of relationship. She then walks toward the bustling lecture room 3, and as she enters, she remains in a frozen dilemma. Just then, her friend Yeonwoo approaches and asks why she's late, and that she was about to go look for her since she couldn't reach her. Dabin calls out to her with a distressed tone and holds her by the shoulder, saying, "If you find out the master you respect is in a messed-up relationship with a jerk, what would you do?" Yeonwoo, in confusion, asks what she means and whether this is about a game. Dabin shakes Yeonwoo and cries out, saying, "It's about Han Tae-soo and Mia Uni. Yoonji said she saw them on a date before. What should I do? Should I cheer for them? Should I really be rooting for them?" Just then a voice asks, "Who did what with whom?" The two turn in confusion and sees Hyun tightening her grip on a protein shake. Hyun tilts her head ominously and asks her to tell that story a bit more in detail. Dabin gulps and inwardly says that a wild acorn has appeared. Later the scene shifts to an apartment building. A woman rings a doorbell, but it doesn't work. Then the crazy woman starts spamming it like crazy, and Tae-soo opens the door in confusion. The crazy woman is revealed to be Hyun. Tae-soo asks what she's doing here. Hyun keeps spamming the bell while responding that she came to chat with Mia Uni, but the bell isn't working. Tae-soo stares at the crazy woman and states that maybe it's broken. Hyun stops spamming the bell, and with her pea-brain, she asks if it's really broken. The scene now shifts to later. Hyun had told the rumors she heard about Tae-soo and Mia. Tae-soo, with a nonchalant smile, says, "What? People are saying I'm dating Cha-Mia. Who started that nonsense?" Hyun holds the cup of tea, saying, "Right? It's not true, is it?" Tae-soo affirms, saying, "Of course it's nonsense. You heard it that day, didn't you? Cha-Mia said herself that she and I are done." Hyun, with a nonchalant smile, says, "Yes, I did hear that, but I just wanted to check if Mia Uni knows about the rumor. Just to confirm." But Tae-soo notices her dark aura and says, "It's really just to confirm, right?" Hyun shyly drinks the tea, saying, "Of course. What could I possibly do to Uni? Anyway, why are you here? Around this time, you should be..." Tae-soo reveals that his tutoring session got cancelled for tonight, so he has some free time until his part-time job at 9. Hyun then, with a blush, says, "So, you have about 3 hours free? Then, how about we go out for a walk, or something?" But Hyun's happiness is cut short as he shuts it down, saying, "Sorry, I'm in the middle of a side job now, so I can't." Hyun still keeps a cheerful expression, saying, "Really? Then I guess there's no choice. It's not like I'm unaware of your situation, Appa. Of course work comes first." Then she asks if she could hang out in his room until he's done, and he nods his head in affirmation. Then she laughs awkwardly and lets out a sigh as tears threaten to fall out. Tae-soo also awkwardly laughs while inwardly saying, "Of course I'm not stupid. I know Haeun has feelings for me." He recalls his childhood memories of her saying, "I'll leave if you buy me more rice cake skewers." At 11 years old, she was known as the crazy chihuahua of Gwangjang-dong. The problem is, in my eyes, Haeun still looks like this. Is it because I've been seeing her since we were young? I can only see her as the kid who was always eating rice cake skewers. Haeun then interrupts his thoughts saying, "Oh right, next week my brothers are visiting, and they promised to treat me to meat." But Tae-soo quickly shuts it down, saying, "Sorry, I'm busy that day. You go and enjoy it with your family." Haeun tells that she didn't even tell the date yet. Then she sighs, saying, "Well, Appa is busy. There's nothing we can do about it." Tae-soo awkwardly laughs, saying, "You know the saying, if you keep accepting freebies, you'll lose your hair." Then he inwardly says, though in the case of Haeun's family, it might literally happen, physically speaking. Haeun has two older brothers with a big age gap who are extremely fond of her, and both of them have always disliked me intensely. He recalls them saying to him, "If you start hitting on Haeun just because she's cute, I'll make you bald." Panicking, Tae-soo had replied saying, "No way, why would I?" The other brother then says, "What? Are you saying Haeun's not cute?" Tae-soo inwardly says, "Whenever I went over for tutoring at Haeun's place, they always gave me a hard time like that." In fact, now both of them are on the national team. If I ever looked at Haeun as more than a friend or a younger sister, my hair would be on a frame instead of my head. He then stares at her body while inwardly saying, "Come to think of it, Haeun has changed quite a lot compared to middle and high school, hasn't she? She's grown a lot taller. Her physique has changed, and even her makeup compared to back then. She's practically a different person, but not as much as Cha-Mia." He then ponders if Mia is actually a different person. He inwardly says, "Is she trying to avoid me because she's afraid I'll notice she's a different person? Could she have a twin or something?" No, I've never heard Mia mention having siblings. But it's hard to say she's a different person because not only I, but even Haeun recognized her, and she knew about the game console incident from middle school. And when we first met, she even knew about my family background. Then what's this occasional sense of discrepancy I feel? He recalls Mia saying that she doesn't like coffee, but when he confronted her, she was shocked. Then he recalls another scene where he asked if she remembered the school's back hill they used to go, but she remained oblivious. He recalls another scene where she says, "As we talked, our vibes matched so well that it felt like we were already friends." I've realized that now there's no need for that. Tae-soo then inwardly says, "Is that what it is? Am I overthinking? Or am I secretly hoping she's someone else?" Just then Haeun gets in front of his face. Our boy looks confused. Haeun says to him, "Appa, your face is red." Tae-soo blushes and wonders when she got near his face. She holds his forehead saying, "You seemed restless just now, so I wanted to check. Do you have a fever or something?" Tae-soo inwardly wonders whether he acted that uneasy. She holds her own forehead and says that he doesn't seem like he has a fever. Then she holds his forehead again and asks if he's feeling dizzy or anything. She calls him Appa, and he blushes hella hard and inwardly says, "Wait, why is my heart racing all of a sudden? Is it because Haeun suddenly got so close? Or maybe it's because of Mia." He looks away awkwardly. Just then Haeun realizes something. She wondered when did she get this close to her Appa, and that she's even casually touching him. She recalls her roommate's advice that she shouldn't wait for a chance like a fool. Instead, she should create one. She says that if she were cute as Haeun, she'd just kiss him and make it a done deal. Haeun blushes hard and wonders why she suddenly remembered that. The atmosphere turns intimate as Tae-soo calls out her name in a lower tone. Haeun calls him Appa, and her body gets moist. She inwardly says, "Am I maybe thinking this is a chance? Or am I anxious?" She recalls Mia offering to help her get together with Tae-soo, but she immediately rejected it. She had told Mia that she doesn't need help, and even without that, she'll win Appa over with her own strength. Then in the present, she inwardly says, despite confidently saying that to Mia, "Am I frustrated with myself for not being able to do anything?" Tae-soo clicks the keyboard randomly and calls out her name again, and Haeun gets closer to his lips, ordering him to just wait for a second. Then as she's about to kiss him, the doorbell rings, and their romantic moment is cut short. Mia from the other side asks if Tae-soo is home. She rings the doorbell again and wonders if he's not here. Haeun covers Tae-soo's mouth as Mia says it's strange since she heard keyboard sounds coming from the room. Tae-soo couldn't breathe as Haeun has pinned him and is covering his face. He tries to say that he can't breathe, but she just tells him to stay silent. It appears that her yandere personality is active right now. Mia, oblivious to this, says that she wanted to tell him that she opened a package by mistake because it was delivered wrongly. But there is no response from inside. So she decides to leave saying that it's fine, and that she'll explain it at school tomorrow. Then as the coast is clear, Hyun lets out a sigh of relief saying, "That was a surprise, popping out of nowhere." Then she looks down at our boy and asks if he's okay. Then she screams out, "Appa!" as he's foaming from the mouth. She accidentally killed her own childhood friend, and Tae-soo inwardly says that this is the final reason why he can't date her. She cries out loud and shakes him back and forth, asking if he's all right. He inwardly says, "Just a year ago, a lot of people criticized me for not understanding Haeyoon's feelings. But now everyone says this." We then see what the others said. His friend who is drunk tells him that for the sake of mankind, he should hold on to Hyun. Another friend says that she is just too much to handle, and therefore he doesn't mind not dating her, and that Tae-soo should take her instead. He then recalls another scene where Hyun had kicked a pickpocket fellow, and another scene where she back-kicked a molester. She didn't feel remorse and said she felt satisfied to beat people up. Tae-soo inwardly says, "There are more than a few legendary stories that Hyun has racked up. From a young age, Hyun, who grew up in a survival of the fittest world, learned that strength is justice itself. That's why it took quite a long time to suppress that nature." We then gets a scene of Hyun asking if she is refusing to listen. Hyun stabs a hole through the table, using her chopsticks, while saying, "That's strange. I explained it clearly, and she seemed to have understood it well." Hyun's friends then tell her to control her strength, or else the repair bill might come again. Tae-soo's friends tell him that even the wild Hyun is gentle in front of him, and the other friend agrees that they're a match made in heaven. But our boy doesn't think so. He thinks of Hyun as an elephant, and says how can he, a mere ant, dare to dine with an elephant? Now in the present, Hyun cries out like a baby elephant and shakes him hard, calling him Appa repeatedly. Tae-soo inwardly says, "Of course, I know Hyun is kind and a good person, but Hyun's instincts that come out every now and then are scary on a visceral level." Due to this, he decides to skip work today. Then time flew, and it's now mid-April. The midterms are right around the corner. In the game dev club, Dabin grumbles saying, Why is it midterm season already? It feels like the entrance ceremony was just yesterday, so why? Yeonwoo points out that it's because 8 weeks have passed since the semester started. Dabin tells her that she knows that. Then she rests herself on the table saying, "Why is that hard times come all at once? Everything's already giving me a headache." Yoonji asks whether something happened, to which Yeonwoo says that Dabin is talking about Mia Uni. Yoonji curiously asks why, all of a sudden, she's talking about Mia. Dabin responds saying, "It's because what you mentioned before about Mia Uni and Han Tae-soo." Yoonji asks if it's about the dating, and Dabin says that she's not sure if the dating was confirmed up to that point. Just then, Mia enters and asks what dating, and questions who's in a relationship. Seeing her sudden arrival, Dabin screams her lungs off and disappears using her gamer skills. Yoonji excitedly greets her bestie, and Yeonwoo also greets Mia. Confused, Mia asks, "Wasn't Dabin just here?" Dabin, cuddling a cushion, stutters and greets Mia. Her friends then wonder how she got over there so fast. Mia questions why she is over there acting like that. Dabin blushes hard and inwardly keeps saying that Mia Uni is the guild master, and that she's in a relationship with Han Tae-soo. Yeonwoo notices the change in Mia and asks, "You look a bit tired, Uni. Did you stay up all night or something?" Mia sheepishly says, "Oh, is it that obvious? I tried to hide it with concealer." Just then, Yoonji bluntly asks, "Did you perhaps stay up all night during a date with Tae-soo Sunbae?" Dabin gets startled and inwardly says that she shouldn't ask about that so directly. Mia's ear reddened as she stutters, saying, "Why are you suddenly bringing up Sunbae's name?" Yoonji gets straight to the point, saying, "Actually, I saw you guys. You and Appa were on a date at the park. What exactly is going on between you two? Even during the MT and at school, you two are often together." Dabin's ears perks up as Yoonji gets closer to Mia, saying, "Dating in secret but don't want to go public. Can we think of it like that?" Mia then goes to reveal the relationship between her and Tae-soo, and Dabin braces for the news. Then the scene shifts to the woman's toilet. Dabin smiles brightly as the misunderstanding was cleared. Mia had said, "If I think about it, maybe we're kind of like enemies. I can't go into details now, but there was a big incident at the police station before." Dabin washes her hands, saying, "Of course, given that event, how could there be anything between them? Especially with that expression. It's enough for anyone to see how much she dislikes that Han Tae-soo." Then with a blush she smiles, saying, "If there's nothing between those two, that means there's still a chance." But then as she exits the toilet, she's stunned. She sweats bullets, saying, a chance? Not being something with him also means a chance. About what? The birds fly off as Dabin screams in confusion. It appears that she had fallen into the typical manga cliché, where when you hate someone, you end up falling in love accidentally. The scene now shifts, and we see Mia walking thoughtful. She recalls Yoonji mentioning that Mia and Tae-soo had been spotted frequently together, so others would also think she's dating him. Mia mutters in denial about the frequent time together. But then she recalls the past interactions with Tae-soo and notes that it is indeed quite frequent. She looks down thoughtful while saying, "Seriously, ever since I met Han Tae-soo, all sorts of exhausting things keep happening. Where did it all go wrong? Was it when I met him first in uni? Or was it when I met him in the police station? I should have been more cautious when I realized that Han Tae-soo was living in this area. I was too careless." Just then she bumps into Tae-soo, and she calls out his name in surprise. Tae-soo asks, "Why are you so surprised? Did I seem like a ghost or something?" Mia looks away blushing while inwardly saying, "I was just thinking about you, and then you popped up out of nowhere." Tae-soo asks why she's wearing plain clothes today, and whether she decided to stop dressing up. Flustered, she says, "No, it's just because it's exam time." Then she looks away embarrassed and says, "Wait, why am I explaining this to you? Why do you care how I dress? It's my choice." Tae-soo replies saying, "No, it's just, it reminds me of the you I used to know and it looks nice." Mia is taken aback by this. He walks off waving, saying, "I'm heading off first. Good luck with your test prep. Don't overdo it with the all-nighters." Mia casually waves back at him while saying, "You too." But then she blushes hella hard and turns away quickly as she wonders why she waved him back. She inwardly says, "Seriously, since meeting Han Tae-soo, everything's been a mess, because none of this was part of my plan." Running into Han Tae-soo again at the university was unexpected, and meeting repeatedly like this plus the constant bickering wasn't planned either. And also today, just the two of us getting stuck in the elevator wasn't planned either. Folks, today it appears that fate made them get stuck in the elevator. It starts to rain outside, and we see Tae-soo pressing the emergency button and giving the details of their issue and location of their apartment building. Tae-soo then tells Mia that it will take around 30 minutes due to the rush hour. She stares at him with wide eyes and he asks, "What is it? Are you worried since we're trapped here alone together? Don't worry, there's a camera over there, right? If anything happens." Mia cuts him off saying, "No, I know that, but aren't you a bit too calm? Aren't you scared? I felt like my heart was going to drop." Tae-soo responds saying, "Well, the rent is cheap, so this is understandable, right?" But Mia cuts him off saying that's not what she meant. She trembles in fear saying, "Isn't this just like one of those cliches from horror movies? Like we're going to hear some creepy ringtone and the elevator will start shaking." Tae-soo looks confused and then teases her saying, "Did you believe in ghosts? Should I tell you a scary story?" Mia steps back in fear and yells saying, "Don't you dare! I'll hit you if you do. I was tormented by someone I knew who was really into that stuff when I was little. Do you know the feeling when in-game you find a healing item but it's actually an extremely harmful substance? Anyway, ghosts, monsters, spirits, all supernatural stuff is a no for me. I really don't get why people pay to watch that stuff." Just then the lights go out as a thunderous roar can be heard. Mia screams her lungs off that it's a ghost. Tae-soo frantically tells her to calm down, but she keeps screaming in panic. He then holds her close to his chest, which takes her by surprise. He turns on his flashlight saying, "Calm down a bit. It's just a temporary power outage." Mia's ears reddened as her face is snuggled into him. He says, "Since when did you start getting so jumpy? You usually act like you're not afraid of anything." Just then the lights come back and Tae-soo says, "See? The power came back on quick. If you freak out and get hurt, that's more dangerous. Anyway, it's fine now, so stop worrying." But just then, he notices that her face is snuggled into his chest, and he blushes hella hard and gets back quickly. He stutters saying, "This isn't what it seems. I was just trying to calm you down." She then shouts that she knows, and that he doesn't have to say it. Tae-soo looks surprised as she, with a flushed face, repeats that she knows without him telling her. Tae-soo notices her trembling state. Then we see her wearing his jacket around her as he says, "It would have been nice to have a towel or something. For now, just hang in there even if it's a bit cold." Mia stares at him, and he asks whether she has something to say. She hesitantly says, "No, not really. I was just curious about something." He checks his phone saying, "Hey, I set the hunt to auto, and I was trying to check it remotely. But the internet isn't working well. Maybe because we're in the elevator." Mia then questions why he's thinking about that in this situation. He replies saying, "Even if it's just 100 gold, earning more helps cover living expenses. You know very well that maximizing farming efficiency is crucial." Mia glares at him for a moment and then says, "Actually, there's been something I've been curious about. Can I ask?" Taesu questions what it is, and she asks why he's always going on about money. He questions if she's trying to pick a fight with him again. She responds saying, "No, I'm not picking a fight. From what I know, your family is pretty well off. So I wondered why you were working part-time. Is it because your allowance isn't enough? Come to think of it, even the gaming, isn't it risky? Weren't your parents super strict about stuff like this?" Taesu remains silent for a moment, and then says, "Why are you asking about someone else's business when you don't talk about yours?" Mia apologizes for it, but just then he reveals that he had cut ties with his family. This shocks her. Taesu tells her, "I left around the end of my senior year, so it's been about 4 years. Mia asks whether he ran away from home, and he explains saying, "Well, not really running away, more like leaving. I'm not a kid. I managed to endure a bit, thanks to the military service, even without any money. It's a pity I can't get a national scholarship because my family register is the same, but I'm kind of used to it now, so I'm managing on my own." Mia then inwardly says, "I did think something was strange, like asking for money when we met, earning living expenses through part-time work, and even choosing Seohan University, which is, let's say, not exactly a prestigious name. It's something that the Han Tae-soo I know would never do." Tae-soo then tells her that after his discharge, Hee-soo Sunbae has helped him a lot. Mia inwardly says, Hen Tae-soo's family was well known in the neighborhood for their wealth. They have a mansion with a wide yard, and a big dog roaming free, while servants are handling all the work. It's like a picture-perfect wealthy house, completely different from the shabby, unremarkable life in a small, single-room rental house that Cha Mia lived in. Mia apologized to Tae-soo, and he confused asks what's with that all of a sudden. She explains saying, "Back when we first met again, I complained a lot to you, didn't I? Calling you out for being more spoiled than rich guys or whatever." She covers her face in embarrassment saying, "I thought you became a snob who was just trying to mess with me on purpose. Sorry." Tae-soo then smiles awkwardly and says, "Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have any feelings like that. But don't worry too much about it. Life can be like that sometimes. Honestly, I wanted to talk more with you back then, but I had no idea how to hold on to you." Mia stares at him while inwardly saying, "I thought of him as a delicate flower in a greenhouse. I assumed he was living happily in the most privileged circumstances." Tae-soo says to her, "I'm not the best with words, you know. I thought maybe if there was money involved, we could meet again." Mia replies saying, "So, that's how it was." Tae-soo says, "Don't worry, I didn't do the right thing either." Mia inwardly says, "The more I learn about him, the more the guilt in my heart grows heavier. If he ever finds out the truth, he'll probably resent me a lot." Mia silently mutters, "Sorry." Just then he says, "It's kind of a funny story, but at one point I thought you might be different person." This remark stuns her, and she quickly tries to play it off by asking why he's saying that out of the blue. He explains saying, "I mean, you've changed so much that you seem like a different person, not that you really are." Hyun kept mentioning it, and it actually sounds sort of convincing. So it's funny. Mia stays frozen by this revelation, and he gets closer to her face and asks if she's feeling okay. Then she starts to panic and asks why he's close all of a sudden. He replies saying, "Well, it's just that you've been teetering since a while ago. Your face is red. Are you sick?" In a flustered tone, she says, "Don't worry, it's just because it's hot." Meanwhile, she inwardly says, "Oh my gosh, why are you suddenly leaning in like that?" Then she quickly stands up saying, "Hasn't it been about 30 minutes already? Why aren't they here?" Tae-soo replies saying, "I don't know. Maybe they're stuck in traffic. It's rush hour. Do you want me to check again if you're worried? To see how close they are?" Her face remains pale as she says, "Actually, it does feel a bit too hot here, and it's starting to feel a bit stuffy to breathe since a while ago." Tae-soo in confusion says that he's not feeling like that at all. Just then she collapses to the floor, and he's left confused by this. He calls out her name in worry as she looks pale. We then get a glimpse of Mia's past. Once upon a time in a village, there lived a girl named Mia, whom people called stupid. People called Mia stupid because she always walked around with a silly smile on her face, even when she found out her parents weren't her real ones, and that she was adopted. Mia still never lost her smile. Her mom hugs her tightly and says that it's okay, and that she's still her daughter. Even in 3rd grade, when her dad's factory went bankrupt, and they were drowning in debt, Mia still didn't lose her smile. Because even in the middle of all that hardship, her parents never abandoned her. When she became a middle schooler, even when her belongings disappeared every day and her desk kept getting trashed, Mia still didn't lose her smile. Because whenever things got hard, her prince on a white horse would come and cheer her up. In the spring of her 1st year in high school, when her mom collapsed from overwork and was hospitalized, Mia smiled again, because her mom said she wanted to see her smiling face. The summer of the following year, when Mia learned her dad squandered all the money for her mom's hospital bills by drinking alcohol, Mia still smiled, because she learned that the prince's mother was her mom's friend. Even when she went to beg for her mom's hospital fees, Mia still smiled. Taesu's mother had handed over the money saying, "Really? You are her daughter? I see. So you're the reason why Taesu insists on staying here? Good. Keep ruining his life like you always have." Poor Mia still kept a smile on her face, even when Taesu's mother thanked her for ruining her son's life, and when the money she begged for no longer held any meaning, when she couldn't even give her mom a proper funeral, and when her father forcibly dragged her away from her hometown, only then did Mia stop smiling. Only then did Mia finally understand why she was considered stupid. If she had never existed, maybe her prince wouldn't have fought with his family and would be happily living abroad. Maybe her mom wouldn't have collapsed from overwork. Maybe her dad's factory wouldn't have failed, and maybe everyone would have been happier. If only I had never existed. Only then could Mia smile again. Because even a stupid girl like her still had one thing she could do. Just then, Mia wakes up from her nightmare. She pants heavily as she had recalled Mia's life. She looks around confused, wondering aloud on where she is. Just then, she hears a voice saying that she's awake. Mia's eyes widen as she sees a knife held by Haeyoon, who with a dark aura says that she could have slept a little longer. Mia screams her lungs off, and Haeyoon gets flustered and asks why she's screaming out of nowhere. Mia backs away to the other side of the bed, and in confusion mutters Haeyoon's name. Haeyoon awkwardly asks if she had a nightmare or something. The scene now shifts to a little while later. As the pot boils, we see that Haeyoon had explained that Mia had collapsed in the elevator, and Taesu had brought her to his place. While Mia processes this information, Haeyoon says, "I was surprised too. Getting trapped in the elevator was one thing, but seeing you in Appa's bed. Anyway, Appa suddenly asked me to come over. I was pretty worried on my way here." Folks, when Haeyoon had gotten a call from Taesu asking her to come over to his house at night, her roommate has gassed her up that it is a romantic date, and Haeyoon had quickly agreed to it. But when she arrived, her disappointment was immeasurable, as he had called for another reason. Mia then notices her different clothes and blushes hard, exclaiming in disbelief whether Taesu changed her clothes. Haeyoon brings the porridge, saying, "Obviously, I'm the one who changed your clothes. What were you expecting?" Mia quickly settles down, and Haeyoon places the porridge on her lap and tells her to eat. Mia looks at it in confusion and mutters, "Egg porridge?" Haeyoon confidently says, "You'll be surprised when you taste it. It might not be enough to knock someone out by how good it is, but still, I guarantee the taste." Mia curiously asks where Taesu is. Haeyoon reveals that he went to get some medicine. Then Haeyoon asks if she's disappointed that it's her, and not Taesu taking care of her right now. Flustered, Mia denies the allegations. Then she apologizes, saying, "Sorry, I said I'd help, but it always ends up like this." Haeyoon looks at her with a thoughtful gaze as Mia says, "Is it uncomfortable for you with me here? But it's really not like that. It's a misunderstanding." Then Haeyoon speaks up, saying, "It's fine, I don't mind." Mia looks surprised, and Haeyoon says, "Didn't I say I can manage well on my own without your help?" "Well, if it bothers you that much, think of it as me paying you back for when we took the cherry blossom photos." Mia in confusion asks if that's enough for her. Haeyoon crosses her arms, saying, "Yeah, so eat it before it gets cold. Sick person should just focus on getting better without worrying about anything else." Mia's eyes widen by this. Then she smiles at the caring behavior of Haeyoon. Haeyoon takes back the porridge, saying that if Mia doesn't want to eat, then she'll eat it. Mia quickly says that she'll eat it. She takes a spoon full of it and blows on it to cool it down a bit. Then she takes it in her mouth, and in the next moment, her face lights up as the taste is heavenly. In excitement, she asks what the heck this is, and that it's so good. Hyun gives a thumbs up and winks, saying, "I told you it's guaranteed, right? Amazing, isn't it?" Mia enjoys it, saying, "It's so warm. The soft rice grains smoothly melt in my mouth, and the sesame oil aroma just fills my nose." Hyun agrees, saying, "That's exactly what I thought when I first had it. How tasty could porridge be, really?" Mia eats more of the porridge and says, "I usually avoid porridge because I don't like its texture, but I could easily eat 3 bowls of this." Mia then asks Hyun where she learned the recipe, and if she can teach her as well. Hyun then looks at her with a dark, menacing glare and asks what she means. Mia looks at her in confusion, and then her face twists in horror as Hyun reveals that she was the one who taught her the recipe. Folks, I think this girl is an imposter. The real Mia, she's probably dead. Because when Tae-soo told her that she seemed like a different person, you could see it in her eyes. Pure panic, like a shadow crawling across her mind. And there are moments that were far too suspicious. Almost like she was constantly on the edge of being caught. During the MT, when Tae-soo offered her coffee, she said she didn't like it. But then, when he reminded her that she used to drink it all the time, she froze. Every reaction, every little slip, screams that something is wrong. This theory, it might just confirm it. She's an imposter. The scene cuts to a pharmacy at night with people coming and going. The protagonist asks for a fever reducer, and the clerk asks if it's for him. He says it's for a girl he knows and seems a bit embarrassed. He explains that she hasn't been able to sleep well lately. Tae-soo suggests she might be taking something for insomnia as a precaution. As the clerk goes to choose the best pills for the symptoms, Tae-soo inwardly says that he ran off without checking anything and feels a bit guilty. He knew there was a way to find out if that girl was really Mia. In a flashback, the young Mia reveals she has a scar on her chest. Tae-soo is surprised by the random revelation and jokes about it being an emotional scar. He asks again if it's just an emotional scar, but she reveals she got the scar from falling at the playground as a kid. Tae-soo asks why she mentioned that all of a sudden, and she stays quiet in embarrassment. She says it feels good to share a secret because it makes them seem like a real couple. Then she suggests that instead of telling him, she could show him the scar. With a flushed face, Tae-soo is speechless, and his heart races. He freaks out and asks if she knows what it means to show him that. She replies saying, "Don't worry, it's nothing gross. It's so old it's almost faded, you can barely even see the mark now." Tae-soo still hesitates. Then she comes up behind him and hugs him. She looks at him with a pout as he glances at her. She says she knows what it means, and he is surprised. She further says, "I'd be fine showing you, Tae-soo. Even if it's not okay for anyone else, it would be for you." Tae-soo jokes that sometimes she seems bolder than many guys he knows, but Mia retorts that she said that after a lot of courage. The scene now returns to the present. As he walks towards his house, he reflects about everything. He had the chance to check for himself, but his hands wouldn't move. Like a coward, he asked his friend to confirm Mia's scar by saying that Hyun seemed interested in knowing whether Mia was real or not. And just like that, he left the checking to his friend and waited for the result. The protagonist wonders why he hesitated so much to do the check. He questions if it was out of fear of finding out she wasn't who he knew, or was it because he's afraid she's the real Mia? Now the scene returns to where Mia got confronted. Hyun reveals that it was Mia who taught her to make the porridge. She asks if Mia had forgotten. Hyun reveals it was Mia's mother's recipe for when she got sick. Mia looks as if she got caught. Then with a fake smile she replies, "Maybe it tastes different because I have a bit of a cold." Silly me. Why didn't I recognize this? This is that one, right? With tuna fish sauce and sesame oil. You put in 2 spoonfuls of sesame oil. Hyun stares at her thoughtful, and Mia takes another spoon saying, "Maybe it's just because you're better at cooking than me, Hyun. Maybe that's why it tastes even better. Are you sure you didn't add anything else?" Hearing this, Hyun smiles warmly, and then sheepishly replies, "Actually, I don't really know. Appa made it after all. I only added some green onions at the end." Sometime later, Tae-soo arrives home. He opens the door and is surprised to see Hyun standing there. She greets him and says he took longer than she thought. He asks about Mia, whether she left early. Hyun reveals that Mia just went to her room a moment ago and questions whether they didn't bump into each other. Tae-soo realizes he missed her by a minute. Then Hyun also reveals that Mia said to thank him for the elevator thing and that she'll treat him properly next time. Hyun then walks to the door, saying that she should get going now and that it's almost curfew at the dorm. Tae-soo thanks for her help, but before she leaves, he calls her and asks how was it. Did Mia have a scar? Hyun doesn't reveal that, and instead, she tells him to meet her next Sunday at noon in front of the main gate of Seohan Plaza. Before she leaves, she tells him to buy her lunch there, so she'll tell him whether she had it or not. Hyun states that he wanted to use her to check Mia, so she needs at least that much in return for it to be a fair deal. Tae-soo sheepishly asks if it was that obvious. She replies saying, "You thought I wouldn't notice? Come on, I know you well. Still, I'll give you 20 extra points for not trying to take her clothes off and check yourself." Tae-soo smiles, saying, "Aren't you being too generous? You could be mad at me, you know." She replies saying, "It's fine. Use me as much as you need. I told you, right? No matter what happens, wherever or whenever, I'll always be on your side, Appa." Tae-soo is stunned with his face blushing a lot. She laughs, saying, "What's that look for? Did you just fall for me or something? Should I confess to you right now then?" "Just kidding. You have to confess first, Appa. When you truly fall for me, you didn't forget our promise, right?" Tae-soo with a smile affirms, then she with a smile leaves saying it's good. Tae-soo then washes the dishes while thinking about how his friend is such a good person. He reflects that she's always cheerful and someone everyone could love. A memory of a late-night date with Hyun comes to his mind. With a flushed face, he watches her and feels a little emotional. Hyun smiles wide at him, and she seems happy in that moment. The protagonist thinks someone so bright is too good for him. Tae-soo again says, "Seriously, Hyun's just too nice for her own good. I mean, she wants me to buy her a meal next Sunday if I want to know whether Mia is real or not. But just by saying that, she pretty much gave it away already. Folks, I think this is the real Mia, since she does have a scar on her chest, as we can see when she's bathing." The scene cuts to the next day with a blue and sunny sky in the city. The protagonist opens the door to leave for college, and suddenly hears the door next to him open. Mia appears in discreet clothes and stares at him in silence. The two of them had coincidentally met in the hallway. With a smile, he greets her and she is surprised to see him. He asks if she's feeling well, and she looks at him attentively. She says she's fine thanks to him and seems a little embarrassed. She thanks him and leaves, leaving him alone in the hallway. In the nurse's office, Mia talks about her insomnia with the doctor. She explains that it's gotten worse and asks if she can get a prescription. The doctor says she can't prescribe sleeping pills and asks about her history. She asks if anything stressful has happened, and the young woman becomes thoughtful. In the classroom, Mia reflects on what she heard at the nurse's office. She thinks that her ex-boyfriend tends to focus more on words than on context. She gets annoyed and blames him for her insomnia and feeling unwell. With a hateful glare, she stares back at him and seems very irritated. She thinks that if she hadn't met him again, she wouldn't be going through this. She wonders if things would be different if she had ignored him in the beginning, but she concludes that it's too late to regret her choices. The scene cuts to the university campus with a blue and sunny sky. She thinks that he hates her, and that there's nothing more to be done. She thought he knew everything she did in the past. She believed he knew she took money from his mother and reported everything Han Tae-soo did, every single thing, as surveillance. She wonders why he never said anything and why he didn't confront her. The girl then wonders why he left home and cut ties. Folks, I think Tae-soo cut ties with his family because he knew that his mother bribed Mia to spy on him. Moving on, walking across campus, she runs into the protagonist and is surprised. She accuses him of following her, and he denies it with a confused expression. She insists and that he has been following her the whole time. He explains that he was just worried about her and nothing more. She gets embarrassed and wonders if he heard what she said earlier. He looks confused and she freaks out when she realizes he didn't hear anything. She remembers the rumor that they're dating and gets annoyed with the situation. He tells her to forget it and let people say whatever they want about them. He explains that people who like to gossip have already decided what to believe. He says he's never cared about rumors, and she stares at him thoughtfully with a confused look. She seems not to understand his attitude. She remembers that he used to worry about rumors and even dragged her away. He says goodbye and leaves, leaving her alone on campus. With a heavy heart, she watches him walk away in silence. She reflects that the reason for her insomnia is her ex-boyfriend. She thinks of him as her first and last boyfriend with a sad smile. The scene cuts to late afternoon in the neighborhood with the sun setting. In her room, she looks at her closet and thinks about the next 2 years. She needs to hang on until Tae-soo graduates so she can move on. Lying in bed, she feels exhausted by the whole situation. An image of him appears in her mind and she feels confused. She wonders why he suddenly appeared and messed with her head. She thought Tae-soo would be living happily to prove a point, but his eyes seem full of regrets, and she doesn't understand why. With a serious look, she reflects on his feelings. She takes the medicine he gave her and promises herself to be stronger. She realizes that the memories she buried keep coming back to haunt her. The young woman swore to herself never to see him again and to live as if he didn't exist. With a cold smile, she cut him out of her life and decided to move on. She promised not to cling to the past and to start a new and different life. But even with all the promises, she still felt stuck in the past. Folks, it appears she's in a call with a friend named Seojin. Her friend, after hearing her situation, states that Mia is feeling regret. She further adds, "You say all that, but in the end, aren't you just hesitating because you don't want him to hate you? Your ex-boyfriend, I mean." Mia gets flustered and denies the accusation. But Seojin replies, "Be honest. Now that you've seen him up close, didn't your heart waver? Isn't that why you keep hovering around him?" Mia stutters, saying, "What? Who's hovering around who? I'm not the one hovering." But several memories of the moments they spent together flash through her mind. With a flushed face, she shrinks back and denies having any feelings for him. Seojin accuses her of being afraid to admit the truth and of having sold him out for a little bit of money. She further adds that Mia fears that if he finds out the truth, he will hate her forever. Seojin asks whether that's the reason she can't say anything. Then we see Seojin standing inside a law office while saying to Mia, "Do you really think it's better if you both just stay in the dark? Are you afraid he'd get hurt if he found out? Are you really thinking this for his sake? Are you sure it's not because you don't want to get hurt yourself? Maybe, rather than him finding out the truth, you'd prefer if he just never finds out." With tears, Mia tells her to stop. Seojin then changes the subject, saying, "Mia, why haven't you been writing in your journal lately? Did you forget again? Are you taking your meds properly?" Mia sighs, saying, "I said I'm fine. I misses yesterday because of a fever, and today, I just forgot, that's all. Don't worry, I'll make sure to write today." Seojin stays silent for a moment, and then says that she knew it wouldn't work out, and that she'll head over there soon. Mia freaks out and asks why Seojin is coming to her room. But then she freezes, as she hears someone knocking on her door. Tae-soo calls out her name, asking whether she's done with her call. Mia is shocked, wondering whether he heard her conversation. The scene cuts to the building, with him calling her name again. He knocks on the door and she hits her head, startled by the noise. The protagonist asks what happened, and if she's okay. She asks if he heard the call, and he denies having heard it. He explains that he made too much porridge and brought some to share with her. He says Hyun told him she really liked it last time. Mia thanks him but says she's fine and that he can take it back. Tae-soo insists and says she doesn't need to worry about it. She freaks out and yells that she's fine, leaving him speechless. She apologizes for yelling and says she's fine, and he doesn't need to worry. Mia then asks, "Hey, do you still have lingering feelings for me? I get that you're just being nice because we used to know each other, but you like someone else now, don't you? If anyone saw us, they could totally get the wrong idea. Why do you keep being so nice to me? Don't you resent me even a little? I disappeared without saying anything, and I treated you so coldly too." Tae-soo stays silent for a moment and asks what would happen if he told he didn't resent her. With a flushed face, she screams and can't believe what she just heard. She calls him a liar and asks if he really doesn't hate her. He says he'd be lying if he said he didn't, but he felt relieved from the moment he saw her again at the police station. The protagonist recalls that day in her expression. He says he was relieved to see her alive and safe after so long. With tears in her eyes, she gets emotional at his confession. He says he knows she's not interested, and that she had a hard time, but he reinforces that his distance isn't because of resentment. With a smile, he tells her to think of it as a friend's concern. He leaves the porridge at the door and tells her to rest well. Alone, she sits on the floor and reflects on what just happened. She recalls the words of her friend, Seojin. "Be honest, now that you've seen him up close, didn't your heart waver? Isn't that why you keep hovering around him? I told you, didn't I? Once you see his face again, you'll end up changing your mind. That's what we call regret." The scene cuts to 4 years ago in a building with snow falling. The protagonist is sitting on the stairs with a sad and tired look. With his face flushed from the cold, he seems to be waiting for something. A woman appears and asks what he's doing there all alone. She says he's been there since last night and asks if he's waiting for someone. He explains that he lost his wallet and was waiting for the employment agency to open. The woman informs him that the agency closed a while ago and he is surprised. He feels unlucky and thinks that nothing ever goes right for him, no matter what he does. The protagonist apologizes for bothering her and turns to leave discouraged, but the woman calls him back and makes an unexpected proposal. With a smile, she asks if he has nowhere to go that night. Then she invites him to her place, and he's left speechless. He stares at her with wide eyes and doesn't know what to say. With a gentle smile, the woman looks at him and waits for his answer. She asks if he wants to go or not, putting him in a difficult situation. Back in the present, the scene cuts to the building with a clear and sunny sky. The protagonist finds a note in the pot and is surprised by what he reads. Mia thanks him for the food and says it was great in the note. He smiles and notices that she even washed the dishes before leaving. 4 days have passed since she fainted in the building's elevator. Seeing her attend university made him relieved that it wasn't anything serious. A memory of his question about her feelings comes to mind. He questions if he still has feelings and why he worries so much. He remembers hearing her say she doesn't feel anything for him anymore. He wants to know what changed her so much, but denies liking her again. With a flushed face, he thinks that he actually has feelings for someone else. Taisu looks at Senior Hesu, who is smiling happily, and he feels his heart race. He feels like he's in love and realizes it's her he has feelings for. He thinks that if he hadn't met her that day, everything would be different. Suddenly, Dabin calls him and notices that his face is red. She asks if he also has a cold, and he finds her troublesome. The gamer girl sees the situation as a chance to get closer to him. She imagines the scene as a dating simulation game and gets excited. With a smile, she offers to take care of him from now on, but Taisu disappears and she is confused by his sudden vanishing. She yells at him to stop ignoring her and chases him across campus. Then suddenly someone holds his hand. Taisu is confused when he sees that it's Senior Hesu. And with a smile, she takes him for a walk, saying that it's perfect timing. Taisu is surprised by the gesture and doesn't know how to react. She looks at him warmly, remarking that he looked like he was in trouble, so she brought him along. Taisu remains speechless, and she asks if she's wrong. He looks away in embarrassment, asking how she always figures it out, and that it's seriously amazing that she can recognize it every time. Hearing this, Hesu goes to explain about it, that whenever he's in trouble, but then she stops herself and turns to him with a gentle smile. Taisu becomes confused and calls out to her. His eyes then widen as she winks, saying she'll keep that as a secret. The scene now shifts to later. In front of a mirror, Taisu examines his face, wondering aloud if he's really that easy to read. He rubs his slim jaw, muttering that he's doing a pretty good job hiding his expressions. Meanwhile, as Mia walked by, she noticed this guy ogling over himself, and she questions if he's a narcissist or something. Taisu realized it's Cha Mia, and that it's perfect timing. He nonchalantly calls her over, and she gets scared by his strange behavior. He pulls her towards the stairway, and she blushes furiously, asking what's up with him, and why he's dragging her out of nowhere. He reminds that they agreed not to hang out together where there are a lot of people. Mia, though, insists that he can't just drag her off to places like this. She then asks what he even wants to say. He replies saying, it's nothing big. First, you're my ex-girlfriend, right? Mia gets hella embarrassed by this sudden question. She stutters, asking why he's suddenly saying that. He gets close to her while saying, don't get the wrong idea. It's not like that. I'm just saying, yes, we know each other, but you're technically my ex, so I was curious. So tell me honestly, is it super obvious when I'm in trouble? Mia starts to get hella flushed, as he's super close to her. He though doesn't realize the situation, and continues saying, even if others can't tell, I feel like maybe you could. Do I have any strange habits? Like, do I squint my eyes or something when I get flustered? Mia stays silent for a moment, trying to compose herself. Then she replies that she's not sure, and asks if it's that important to know. He replies, no, not really, and that it's just someone keeps saying it's really obvious when he's having a hard time. Anyway, he thanks Mia for making time for him and wishes her good luck on her exam. She subconsciously waves back at him, wishing him also. Then she quickly pulls her hand down, wondering why she waved at him. The scene now shifts to nighttime. Taisu just now left school and was walking to his part-time job. Just then, a luxurious car stops right next to him, and a woman calls out his name. It's none other than Senior Hesu. She asks, how come he's still at school at this hour? Taisu blushes and reveals that since it's exam period, his part-time job got pushed back a bit, and now he's about to head over. Hesu asks if he wants a ride. Taisu inwardly begins to panic. It's a 20-minute walk to his part-time job, but if he gets in Hesu's car, he's worried he might just pass out before his shift even starts. He then finally gets in with a helmet, while telling her to take good care of him. She awkwardly tells him not to worry, and that she'll drive slowly, though she questions where did he even get that helmet. Anyway, as she drives, she keeps humming a tune. Seeing this, Taisu asks whether something good happened today. She's confused, asking if she looks like it. Taisu remarks she's humming to herself. Hesu then stops at a red light and closes her eyes, saying, "More than that, Taisu, you've really brightened up recently. You started going to events you used to skip and you drop by the club room pretty often." Meanwhile, Taisu knows that it's because he wants to see Hesu a lot frequently. Hesu then reveals that when she first met him, he barely spoke and was always so gloomy. She used to worry about him a lot. He replies saying, "Well, I was young back then. But you know, Sunbae, you're pretty unusual yourself, letting strangers into your place so easily. What if something bad had happened back then?" She chuckles that what's done is done. We then get a flashback. Hesu had always been a unique person. She had invited a total stranger into her place. Seeing her bland house, Taisu had remarked that there's nothing there. She had replied that at least has a bed, and there's one in the guest room also, and another upstairs in the loft. Taisu had just entered without asking any questions, so she tells him to wait a second. She asked if he's not scared. Taisu was confused and asked if there might be dangerous people in the guest room. She awkwardly admits that it's also scary, but what she meant was different. She explains, "Some people said my place is too lifeless, and that creeped them out. It's my first time I brought a guy here, so I was curious what you'd think." Taisu, though, simply shrugs it off, saying, "Well, not really. My room is basically the same as this. I guess it would be easy to move somewhere else later, which is nicer." Hesu was surprised by this, but then she smiles, telling him to take a shower if he wants. The flashback now ends, and Taisu thinks that Hesu is a strange person for letting him stay and eat with nothing in return. He wonders how his life would have been if he had not met her. Seeing him lost in thought, she gets close to him, and he starts to blush, asking what's wrong. She cheekily says, "I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? You suddenly became more active in our department, and you're lost in thought a lot more too. If I had to guess, there's someone on your mind, right?" Taisu stutters, wondering if she knew all along. She then asks if it's Mia, and that she knew something was fishy between the two ever since MT. He then firmly denies it. She becomes confused, saying that there are rumors that the two are together all the time. Taisu firmly says, "Absolutely not, never. Not in a million years." Meanwhile, he inwardly realized that Mia was right, that there were tons of rumors about them. He then explained everything to Hesu, that she was his high school classmate. He reveals that since she started school late, she wasn't comfortable acting all chummy. Meanwhile, he inwardly thinks that this much is enough for now, and that he should make sure Mia also says the same story. Hearing all this, Hesu looks relieved, saying, "I see, so that's what it was." Taisu noticed her strange behavior, wondering if he saw it wrong, and that she seemed relieved. Hesu, though, looks away, embarrassed to make eye contact. Taisu then points out that the light is green, and she quickly snaps out of her thoughts. Anyway, that day, Taisu noticed she was little different from usual. In her apartment, we see water dripping from a tap. Her phone is on the floor. There's a message from her mother, telling her to make sure to keep attending those classes to become a proper wife, even before she graduates. We then see that Hesu looks broken. She's on the ground, lamenting she hates this so much. Next day, the scene shifts to a department store. Taisu is in the middle, looking a bit embarrassed as Mia and Hesu had dragged him here. Mia holds up a long-sleeve shirt, asking Hesu on how this is. Hesu, though, holds up a different one, saying this would fit Taisu, since he likes things a bit more low-key. Both ladies then asks Taisu's opinion. Taisu, being a typical man, simply says both are fine. But both the woman insists that there's gotta be something which grabs his attention. After all, it's all about whatever he likes, since he'll be wearing it. Hearing this, he tells them to hold on a second and asks if they really want him to go out dressed like that. Both of them excitedly affirm, and this makes our boy unease. We then get the reason why he ended up coming here. 2 hours ago in the university, the club room was in chaos. Midterms finally ended, and it's late April when people start talking more and more about the school festival. As Taisu was about to enter the Medicom club room, he heard Mia's loud, surprised voice. When he entered, he noticed that they are talking about the social welfare girls again. A freshman chick named Yoon-ju speaks up saying, "The social welfare department is going to dominate the festival again this year, so can't we just forfeit?" Plus, they said that they can't stand watching our Medicom department show off, and then they got into a fight during a drinking party. Hearing this, Mia is frustrated, muttering that they are so annoying, and why do they always pick fights? Just then, Tae-soo buds in, asking whether something happened with the social welfare girls. The members then noticed him and revealed that they got into another big fight with some girls from the social welfare department. Mia stares at him, and he asks if she has anything to say. She quickly denies it. Seeing her strange behavior, he inwardly says, "Ever since the elevator incident, I've crossed paths with Cha-Mia a lot less lately. Even if we do accidentally run into each other, she just runs away right after. Like she wants to escape? Well, at least she doesn't glare or throw harsh words like before, so maybe I'm overthinking this a bit?" Anyway, Tae-soo gets back to the point and says to Mia that the long-running war between the girls in Medicom and social welfare has drawn in the freshmen too. That's basically what all this little drama was about. Nothing special. Hearing this, she replies, "What do you mean, that's it? Senior, don't you know? The social welfare girls always pick fights when they see us. There's even this saying, if you see people from social welfare in the cafeteria, finish your meal and get out a minute earlier." Tae-soo admits he knows she doesn't get along with them, but he asks if there's really a saying like that. She winks and gives a thumbs up, revealing she actually made it all up. Anyway, she gets back to her work, asking the others on what events did they say they were entering. Yoonju reveals that they seem to join any contest involving prize money, such as Freshman Fashionista, Survivor, Singing Contest, and maybe the Cross-Dressing Contest. Mia remarks that cross-dressing is a definite drop for their Medicom club, and Yoonji agrees to it, saying that they can't really expect much from their year anyway. Tae-soo, hearing them talk trash about the freshmen, thinks that if they heard these, they would cry. Then as Tae-soo was about to leave, Yoonju reveals that the cross-dressing contest is open to everyone, not just the freshmen. Tae-soo stops, and Yoonji confirms that she's right. There's no restriction for the cross-dressing contest. She cheekily asks what they think about Tae-soo Sunbae. She suggests that Tae-soo should be good for it, pointing out that he's tall, but he's got clean skin. Mia glances at Tae-soo, wondering what he'll say. But he asks how much is the prize for the cross-dressing contest, and whether he should learn to put makeup. Mia is flabbergasted, asking why he's getting so serious. Tae-soo then reveals he was just joking, and suggests that Youngha would be better than him, since he's smaller and has long hair. Mia, though, firmly denies it, saying, "No way. That senior seems like the type who would secretly lick the makeup if you lent it to him. I don't like it." Yoonji also agrees with Mia, and our boy wonders what kind of image do they have of Youngha. But then Mia tells them to wait, pointing out that Tae-soo has that cute pretty look, and maybe he actually has a shot. She asks if he wants to try aiming for a prize. Tae-soo inwardly pleads her not to take that joke so literally. He then looks away saying, "Thanks, but I'll pass." She retorts, "What? Why? You just said you'd do it. So you're saying you don't care if our department loses to social welfare?" Tae-soo, though, reveals he doesn't have any hard feelings toward the social welfare girls. But just then a woman enters the room and loudly tells everyone to hold on. It was Haesoo. With sparkly eyes, she asks if she can join in this conversation. Tae-soo becomes flustered that his crush is in front of him. Haesoo dramatically says, "I heard about it too. Those social welfare girls started another fight, huh? That annoying social welfare president, they were awful last year and now it's the same again. This year we're going to have Medicom win everything, so they never talk trash again. And that annoying social welfare president, we've got to crush their pride, once and for all." Seeing her cheerful expression, Tae-soo notes that her face doesn't match the words she's saying. Mia, though, fans the fire, saying, "What a coincidence. I was going to fold them in half too." The two then plan on crushing them together. Seeing this, Tae-soo wonders why they are taking this so seriously. Meanwhile, Yoonji cheekily remains silent. She was the original mastermind who suggested this sinister scheme, and now it all went according to her plan. Mia and Haesoo calls out to him, saying they should go now. He goes to question where, but he's pulled along to a department store. Over there, the girls are on each of his sides, while he takes in the sight of the female clothings. Mia points to a dress and calls out to him, Taesu realizes they are serious about this, and so the flashback ends. When he exits the fitting room, he calls out to Hesu, saying he doesn't think it will work even if he tried. Seeing him barely fit in woman's clothing, both the ladies hold back their laughter. Mia, though, couldn't hold back and bursts into laughter, saying that he really tried it on like a weirdo. Hesu, though, kindly remarks that it actually suits him pretty well. Meanwhile, the store employee inwardly pleads that he should buy that outfit. Anyway, in the end, turns out they just wanted to check Taesu's size and style for clothes. He holds a bag of clothes, and they were for the two girls. He had only tried the sample for them. So he wonders whether there's really any need for him to come all the way here. At this point, he's just a guy who they tricked to carry their bags. His suspicion is confirmed as Mia says that since they are already here, it's a good chance for them to shop a little. Taesu wonders if he should give an excuse and leave. Just then, Mia calls out to him. She's wearing a calm style of clothes and asks his opinion on it. He blushes by the sight. He then says, "Well, it looks all right, I think. How come you're going for such a calm style, though? That's not like you." Mia puts on a pair of glasses while saying, "Did you forget? The theme for the fashionista contest is freshman. So I was thinking of finishing it off with these glasses." Taesu, though, stays silent, staring at her gorgeous body, which suits her clothes very well. Mia then questions on why he's not saying anything. He then looks away, saying, "Well, dressed like that, you look like someone your age." Mia gets offended, asking if he's saying she looks old. She then removes her glasses, rests it on her shirt, and bends over while seductively saying, "Or maybe I could add this as a little accent. What do you think?" Taesu, though, remains silent, thinking that it suits her well. Mia gets frustrated and asks if he's even listening. Just then, Hesu approached them, asking their opinion on her drip. She doubts, asking if she dressed too young. Seeing her overload with cuteness, Taesu cries in joy. Mia becomes gloomy that he's having this much of a reaction to Hesu. Hesu shyly says, "I picked it out thinking it would suit the other girls in the department. But for me, maybe it's a bit much." Taesu, though, says no, and that it perfect. He remarks she looks 5 years younger. Mia becomes a third wheel in this, and Hesu asks if he thinks she looks that old normally. He quickly says, "No, that's not what I meant. You make anything look good. Clothes just hang well on you." Hearing all this, Mia pouts. Then she calls out to them, asking their opinion on her dress. She's wearing a cute dress which youngsters wear. She asks if it makes her look younger. Hesu looks excited, but Taesu just stares, wondering if she's trying to compete. Later, the scene shifts to the restroom. Mia seems grumpy as she inwardly says, "Seriously, why did I get so worked up there? What does it matter to me if those two are getting along or not? Actually, it would be better for me if they did get along. Why did I get so worked up? Whoever it is, as long as he finds someone quickly, then I wouldn't have anything to worry about." Just then, Hesu appears and thanks her. Mia is confused and she explains, saying, "About today. When you suggested we go to the department store, I actually felt like getting a breath of fresh air, so it was perfect timing." Mia feels something off and asks whether something happened, since she looks a bit tired. Hesu becomes frozen. Then she quickly puts on a fake smile while saying, "Maybe I was just too excited to hang out with my hubes after such a long time. I might have gotten carried away and acted childish just because I was out for a stroll." Mia is confused by the term "out for a stroll" and wonders why Hesu is acting like an old lady. Hesu then wipes her hands and says they should go now since Taesu is probably waiting. Meanwhile, we see Taesu holding bags of clothes, while the other customers comment that he's totally a bag boy. Then as Hesu leaves the restroom with a smile, Mia stares at her, wondering what's with that fake smile of hers. Hesu then calls out to Taesu, and Mia wonders if she always smiled like that. We then get to know that the last time Taesu came to this department store was the day before the entrance ceremony. Hesu had insisted he couldn't look shabby for first impressions, so she dragged him there by force while holding his hand. Now in the present, Hesu apologized to Mia and Taesu, saying she would like to give a ride, but something urgent came up. Taesu replies that it's okay, and that they can take the bus. She tells him that they'll see each other at school, and drives off recklessly. Now Taesu is left standing there, all alone with Mia. With satisfaction, he crossed his arms, saying, "For something I got dragged into, that was actually a really worthwhile time. I even got to see Hesu Sunbei in cute clothes." Mia then lightly punches him, and he questions the reason. She replies that his face kinda annoyed her, And then she hesitantly asks whether he likes Sunbae that much. With a blush, he looks away, saying, "You know already, why are you even asking again? You even butted in when I was complimenting her outfit earlier." Then he gets a realization and asks whether she's jealous. She gets hella mad, and he quickly tells her that he was just joking. Then as they walk down the busy street, Mia asks, "Why haven't you confessed when you like her that much? You're not the type to just hold back, are you? If it was you, I figured you'd have already gone for it. Why haven't you made a move? Did you perhaps confess and get rejected or something? Like, let's just stay good friends as Sunbae and Hubei. That kind of thing?" Taesu then recalls his past. The moment he had overheard a phone conversation between Hesu and someone else. He had wanted to confess to her, but there was a reason he couldn't. Now in the present, he replies to Mia's question, saying that he wanted to, but the timing didn't work out. And originally, Hesu Sunbai should have graduated already, but it seems like she dropped 2 classes on purpose. So he guesses he bought some time. Just then he notices something. Mia is missing. He quickly wanders around, calling out to Mia. He scans his surroundings, wondering where she went. She was definitely right next to him just a minute ago. He then fears the worst, that she disappeared from his life again. Just then, he hears a cat meowing. As he turns, he sees Mia petting the little kitty. Then he gets pissed that she freaked him out. He confronts her, asking what she's doing. She holds up the cat, saying she couldn't hold back herself from this cute kitty. Taesu notes it has a collar, so it belongs to someone. Mia then gently presses her nose against the kitty in a cute moment of affection, saying how can she just walk past something this cute? Seeing this, Taesu remembers that Mia did the same thing in the past also. It's exactly the same Mia he used to know. Now that he thinks about it, Hesu Sunbai also liked cats. He recalls the moment he found her giving milk to a stray cat. He had asked if she's sure about this, since giving regular milk to a cat is bad. She replies saying, "Wow, you're talking to me first, for once. You'd always just barely answer when I talked to you before. Did something good happen?" He responds, "No, not really. I just always wondered where you went every night. Turns out you were here with this little guy." She then tells him not to worry, and reveals that it's cat milk, so it's safe for cats, and that she bought it at the animal hospital. Taesu then asks if she's going to come here every night to take care of it. Why not she just take it in and keep it herself? She confesses that she thought about it, but she already took in another stray before this one. Taesu in confusion questions about it, and she holds up the milk, asking if he wants some too. Taesu realizes she meant him as the stray she took in. Anyway, as they walked into the apartment complex, Hesu reveals she thought about keeping the cat, but gave up. She didn't think she could take proper responsibility for it, because it wouldn't be fair to take it in if she couldn't look after it. Hearing that, Taesu stops walking and questions her about him, on why she took him in. He asks if it was because she thought she can take responsibility for him. Then she smiles and reveals it was love at first sight. Taesu becomes stunned by her sudden confession. She continues saying, "What if it was love at first sight? Would that answer your question?" However, Taesu responds saying, "Didn't we agree not to joke about things like that?" She remarks that he doesn't even hesitate before calling it a joke. He reveals that it doesn't work on him anymore, since it's not the first or second time she pulled that kind of prank. She then says, "Really? So you didn't like it? Me saying, 'I like you' to you?" He sternly replies, "Of course I didn't like it. Making jokes like that to someone you don't even like." Hesu chuckles that he's always so blunt. Then she tells him to think about it carefully. She only found out he was her junior after he joined her college, and it's not like they knew each other before. So the only way to explain why she picked him up is that it was love at first sight. Taesu doesn't react, so she lightly punched him, saying, "Usually, when I say that, people get all flustered and red, but you're the only one who just calmly calls it a lie. Only you, Taesu. Honestly, it's fun, because you remind me of myself." Then suddenly he woke up. He looked confused by what he just dreamed of and remarks it was a weird dream. Anyway, time passed, and it was finally the last Sunday of the month. Taesu stood in front of Seohan Plaza. He checked his phone, thinking about the promises he made with Hyun, and today was the day he was supposed to meet her at the main gate of Seohan Plaza. But for some strange reason, Hyun is late. It's already 12:15. It seems odd, since she's not the type to be late without calling. He wonders whether something happened. Just then he gets a call. It's from Hyun's roommate. When he answered, she screamed his name loud, startling him. He asks what's going on for her to be this loud. She shouts saying that's not important right now and tells him to try stopping Hyun. We now see that Hyun is putting a tantrum on wanting to meet Taesu. The roommate reveals to Taesu that Hyun had been pulling all-nighters for almost 4 days because of exams. And today, she said she can't sleep because she has to meet him. Taesu then speaks to her on the phone, and Hyun finally calms down. Meanwhile, her roommates are on the floor doing the Yamcha pose. Hyun wearily tells Taesu that she'll meet him at school later, and she ends up falling asleep. The roommates are surprised and they thank Taesu for the help. Once he ends the call, he wonders what to do, since he still has a while before his part-time job. Just then he realizes something. He quickly looks around, thinking that at times like these, Mia always appears out of nowhere. Meanwhile, we see Mia somewhere else, deep in thought. Yoonji asks whether something is bothering her, and Mia replies, no, and wonders aloud that someone is talking bad about her, since her ears are tingling strangely. The scene now returns to Taesu, and he's disappointed that Mia is not here. He crosses his arms, saying, well, it would be stranger if I ran into her so easily. It's just that I have seen her so often. Am I getting PTSD or something? Geez. Just then Hesu appears out of nowhere and asks who he's expecting to run into. She teases whether it's his girlfriend or something. Taesu is surprised to see her here. After a while, they sit on a bench. He asks what she's doing here and questions why she's drinking on the street in broad daylight. She opens the can with her bare hand while revealing that something happened. Taesu hesitantly asked if by any chance she came back from meeting those people. She looks at him and asks what he thinks. He shyly says, no, it's just your outfit sort of looks like morning clothes, the way you're dressed. And it seemed like you were kind of forcing yourself to smile. That kind of gave it away too. She laughs at the mention of morning clothes, and she admits that it looks that way. Taesu reassures that if it's hard to talk about, she doesn't have to. Hesu smiles, and then looks forward with closed eyes. After a while, in a bitter tone, she replies, it's funny. Those people never pick up on it at all. Yeah, morning clothes. That's exactly why I wore it. Actually, last week I was even told to take bride lessons. Taesu gets alert by this and she continues, they said since I kept putting off the wedding, they'll at least let me graduate. But to make sure the wedding plans don't get messed up, I should keep my grades up. So today I was thinking maybe I'd cause a scene at the family meal. So I steeled myself and went there. But even when I went wearing these pitch-black funeral-looking clothes with a face like I might just die at any moment, everyone just kept laughing and nobody even cared. So in the end, I just left without doing anything like a coward. Taesu silently listens to her rambling, and she apologizes, saying she ended up whining in front of him again. Taesu then stares at her sad expression and remembers the past, that even before, whenever she met those people, she would always come back with that same look. And on days like that, always without fail, she craved tteokbokki. Now in the present, Hesu stood up, craving for some tteokbokki with super spicy sauce. Taesu smiles as she excitedly says, nothing lifts your mood like tteokbokki. Let's hope for level 7. No, today I want it even hotter. Let's go up to level 8. Taesu then asks whether she wants to eat together since it happens that his plans changed, and now he's free. He tells her that level 8 seems tough, but if she'll settle for level 6 or 7, he's down for it. Hesu thinks for a moment and cheekily suggests him to make it for her instead. Taesu becomes stunned, and she asks if he didn't hear her, and that they should eat it in his room. The scene now shifts to Taesu's apartment. We see that he's making tteokbokki. He glanced at Hesu, who seems to be asleep on his bed. Taesu thinks that it's been a while since she came into his room. He recalls his past, and remembers that it was around the mandatory military time when Hesi helped him find this place. Back then, she came by more often, but after that, not so much. She had told him that, since it's so close to the campus, people might get the wrong idea. Anyway, now he wonders what he should do, whether should he wake her up or not. He gets close to her, remembering that she said to wake her up when it was all finished, but he decides to let her sleep for a while. Meanwhile, we see that Hesu is pretending to sleep. Then she pulls him onto the bed, teasingly saying that Nuna's not sleeping. She looks at him with a gentle smile, and he remains nervous by her sudden action. He asks what she's doing, and we see her trying to pull off some naughty activity. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a cafe. Mia's friends have been talking about Senior Hisu. Dabin reveals that they actually found out about it recently, that Hesu seems like a daughter of a super rich family. Yoonji comments that there was a big party hosted by the platform she and Dabin streams on, so they all went there together. She then shows a photo of Hesu next to the CEO of the parent company. Mia observed in surprise. Dabin's best friend then reveals that Hesu and him are going to get married. Hearing this, Mia is shocked. She jumps up from her seat, yelling on whether Han Tai-soo knows about this. Dabin is confused by her strange behavior and asks the reason. Mia then shrugs it off and remembers something important. When she had asked him whether he got rejected, Tai-soo had said he tried to confess to Hesu, but the timing was off. Now, Mia finally realizes that Tai-soo already knew all along. That's why he didn't confess to Hesu. The scene now returns to Tae-soo's room. She's super close to his face now, and the atmosphere becomes intimate. Tae-soo calls out to her in confusion. Then she suddenly takes a picture of his face. Hae-soo sparkles that she took a picture of Tai-soo making a dumb face. Tae-soo becomes embarrassed and asks why she's taking that. She replies saying, "Well, I just wanted a picture before graduation. I'm taking pictures of everyone so I can look at them when I miss my school days later. But you were staring so seriously just now. It was just too funny." Tae-soo feels disappointed that it wasn't anything else. He then tells her to delete it, since he looks stupid in that picture, and that he doesn't want to be remembered with an embarrassing shot. But Hesu cutely says, "No way. I like it because it's so natural." Then Tae-soo plays her own game, saying that he can't do anything. So he'll have to use the tteokbokki as a hostage and pour water on it, so it's not as spicy anymore. Hesu instantly folds, saying she'll negotiate. We then get a flashback. Tae-soo had already known that Hesu had a marriage partner chosen by her family. Back then, she had revealed everything to him. He had asked whether she'll marry right after graduation, and she had replied saying, "Maybe? Or it could be even sooner. For now, I insisted I absolutely wouldn't do it before graduation. But my own opinion doesn't matter much to those people. I wonder, if I'd had someone like you, Tae-soo, could I have run away? Someone who could make me leave everything behind. Someone I like." Hearing this, Tae-soo asks what she means. She then cheekily says, "That friend you have been looking for all this time. It's your girlfriend, right? Did you think I wouldn't notice? You'd wander around all night looking for her? It would be weird if she was just a friend." His ears then reddened and she pointed it out. Then she rests herself on his shoulder while saying, "That's probably why you figured that when I said it was love at first sight, there wasn't any real feelings in it." Tae-soo then asked what she'll do now and questions whether she's going to get married just because her parents said so. She somberly replies, "I don't know. Why can't I leave home like you did? It's not like I don't have the ability to go out. And in my head, I've already left hundreds of times already. Do I still need another reason?" We then see that Hesu had been eating tteokbokki on that day as well. And now as the flashback ends, she's eating tteokbokki, the same as the past. Hesu remarks that his cooking is million times better than anything, and that after graduation he should definitely do this for a living. He jokingly asks whether she'll invest on him, so she thinks about it, and Tae-soo says he was just kidding. He then comments that she actually finished it all, even though he made a lot. He points out that she already ate before coming here. But Hesu replies saying, well, that and this are two different things. Tae-soo then goes to say that if she eats too much, she'll become fat, but she cuts him off saying, all girls have at least 3 stomachs. So it's fine. We don't get fat. 1 for meals, 1 for dessert, and tteokbokki comes as dessert. Tae-soo questions what's the third is for, and she reveals she didn't want to leave a single bit behind, and that it's been forever since she had some he actually made himself. Tae-soo becomes flustered, and he quickly runs off to the kitchen to clean the dishes, while saying that he's splitting the ingredient cost with her. Hesu giggles by his behavior. Then she lays down on the bed saying, Tae-soo, I'm curious about something. Why did you ask to eat with me? You don't even like tteokbokki? Then she got off the bed and approached him saying, you always said you couldn't stand sweet or spicy food, and back when we lived together, you wouldn't even touch it. So then, why did you eat it all with me today? Did your tastes change, maybe? We then get a flashback of when Hesu met Han Tai-soo. She doesn't understand why she talked to that boy. Maybe it was rebellion, or maybe it was teasing. The next morning when she woke up, he was in the kitchen. She's surprised and asks what he's doing. He replies that it's obvious. He's cooking. He can't just freeload, so he thought at least he could pay back with a meal. He reveals that he already did all the cleaning and laundry, and the food's almost done, so she should just wait a little longer. Then he asks her name, and she replies that it's Song Hae-soo, but he can just call her Nuna if that's easier. Later as they eat, it's revealed that it was the first day she met Tae-soo, and it also was the day her marriage partner was decided. To put it simply, that day she was sold off as a product for her parents' business. Meanwhile, Tae-soo stared at her and asked whether it doesn't suit her taste. She denies it and reveals that she was wondering why he didn't come to her bed last night. Honestly, she thought he might try to make a move on her. Hearing this, Bro spat his food in shock. In a flustered mess, he calls her crazy and asks why would he. She replies, "Maybe? If I was in my right mind, I wouldn't have brought someone I just met home." Tae-soo, concerned, asks whether her parents say anything about her bringing him home. She replies, "Not really? My parents don't live here. This is just one of the buildings they own. As long as I do as I'm told, they don't really care about me, because all they care about is my value as a product. So maybe I was a little curious what would happen if I ruined that value, and that's why I brought you here. Otherwise, I would have just run away on the spot. There's that, but also for my first time, I thought someone at least as cute as you would be best. So I brought you here." Hearing the word cute, he stutters. She laughs that she was kidding. Then she boldly says that if he's interested, he can always come to her bedroom. Tae-soo hesitantly asks whether she's joking, and she replies, "Who knows?" A few days later, Hasu secretly entered his room and sat on his bed, muttering that it's been days, and still he hasn't come to her bedroom. She wonders whether she's not charming enough or something. But days kept passing, and even after she tried to act seductive, Tae-soo never crossed the line. One day when he was cleaning the mattress, she asked him whether there's still no news from his friend. He replies, "Yeah. I wonder what she's doing that makes her so hard to find. I wonder if she's even alive." It's then revealed that at first, Hasu was doing all this out of rebellion. But as time passed, it turned more into curiosity. Then she asks whether she can help him look for her, and that it would be easier with both of them. But he replies, "Thanks, but it's okay. When I left home, I promised myself over and over again that I'd find her on my own, no matter what. If I don't, I just feel like I'd never be able to meet her again for some reason." Hasu then hopes that he finds her soon. Later, it was morning. She had slept well, and as the sun shined on her body, she woke up to a voice. Tae-soo walked up to her room, reminding about the student council meeting today. She thanks him for coming to wake her up, and Bro noticed her nightgown, which barely covered her chest. He becomes a flustered mess and ran down, telling her to go get changed and come out soon. Hasu stared at him leave and thinks that the 6 months they spent together were enough to really understand each other. Then she fixed her nightgown, while muttering that she must be really loved by him. Hasu admits that she's jealous of Tae-soo's friend. The flashback now ends, and Hasu asked whether his taste changed. Flustered, Tae-soo asks what if it actually changed. Her eyes widen by this, and he says, "If it's okay with you, maybe we could eat together again sometime." Come to think of it, last year they served tteokbokki at the public admin department's booth, remember? So this year maybe we could go eat together. Hearing this, her expression changed, and she called out his name, asking whether that person is not in his heart anymore. Tae-soo froze, as she's talking about the friend he looked for. The scene now shifted to later. Mia was walking to her apartment carrying some bags. She remembered Dabin's words, that Hasu was supposed to get married after graduation. Maybe that's why she decided to stay another semester. Just then Mia noticed someone. It was Tae-soo, sitting in the entrance with a depressive vibe. Mia called out his name in confusion and asked what he's doing here. He just says, "Oh, hey." Hearing this, Mia says, "Hey isn't really an answer. Why are you moping by the entrance? You're blocking the way." Tae-soo hesitantly replies that he kind of asked Hasu on a date, but it looks like he failed. Mia just walked past him, casually shrugging it off, minding her own business. But then she stopped and glanced at him. She couldn't let him be sad like this, and suddenly sat close to him. Tae-soo is surprised and asks what she's doing. She just tells him to move over a bit, so they're not blocking the way. He asks why she's sitting next to him, and she says, "Why do you think? Maybe I thought I'd give you some advice. Didn't I say I'd help you and Sunbae get together? So calm down and tell me slowly what happened." I have time, so I'll listen to everything. Hearing this, Taesu is surprised. Just then his phone rings, and she asks who it is, and whether it's Hesu by any chance. However, he reveals that it's his alarm for his part-time job. The scene now shifted to his part-time job at the convenience store. He had explained everything about Hesu, and Mia is shocked that he knew that Hesu was getting married after graduation. He tells her to keep her voice down and asks whether he didn't tell her before that when he ran from home, he stayed at Hesu's place. Mia replies no, and that he only said he owed her a favor, not that he lived together. Taesu then changed the subject, asking why she's bundled up like that. We now see that Mia is trying to disguise herself for some reason. She reveals that it's for security. This place is close to school, so she doesn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Taesu just tells her to go home quickly, and that she's distracting. However, she says, I came to check on you because I was worried. In case you make a mistake today. You confessed to Hesu, but it didn't go well, right? Taesu corrects her. That he didn't confess and that he just asked her if they could hang out together during the festival. Mia points that it's the same thing. Taesu then says that Hesu already has a lot on her mind, and he can't just blurt it out too suddenly. When he had asked her out, she had just apologized, saying they'll talk about it again the next day. Anyway, Taesu now tells Mia to just go, and that he's not bothered. However, Mia is skeptical. She asks why he has been scrubbing just one spot for a while now, and whether the boss told him to polish only that area. Taesu couldn't argue, as he's caught. Later, Taesu stocked the shelves, while Mia asked what's his plan is now, and whether he's going to give up. He asks why she's still here. Then he answers that he doesn't know. Hesu did say to talk again the next day. But even if it didn't work out this time, there's still plenty of time before Hesu leaves the country. Hearing this, Mia asks whether she's going to overseas to study. Wasn't she supposed to get married after graduation? Then it hit her that Hesu is planning to call off the wedding and just leave the country. Taesu realizes that he slipped up. He hasn't even told Hyun about this yet. Mia, with a grin, remarks that Senior Hesu is kind of bold. Mia then, in a muffled tone, says, I was wondering why you were hitting on someone who's supposed to get married. Honestly, I thought you'd lost your mind. But now I get it. So that's why you were saying you wanted to confess for a while, huh? Taesu just orders her to not talk with her mouth full and eat first before speaking. So she slurped up the entire ramen, and Bro is impressed by this. Then he tells her to not go around spreading this around, since Hesu could get into serious trouble. She replies that she won't say a word and that she's not clueless. It's then revealed that the reason Taesu hesitated to confess to Sunbai happened around the end of last year. It was when he found out there was a chance Hesu might leave. Now Mia asks whether he didn't confess because he thought Hesu wasn't interested and was planning to leave. He replies, well, that's part of it, but she also seemed to have a lot on her mind. Calling off a wedding isn't something people do every day. It sounds simple, but leaving isn't easy either. Cutting ties with your own family. I understand well how much resolve you'd need for that. I think I know that better than anyone. Mia then points out that he's getting full of himself. Does he really think Hesu would give up going abroad just because he confessed? Taesu denies saying that, and reasons that Hesu already has enough on her mind, and that he didn't want to add more pressure. However, Mia sees through his excuses and says, but all this talk about not wanting to be a burden to Senior Hesu, isn't it really just because you were scared you'll get rejected if you confess openly? Basically, you chickened out. Bro gets caught red-handed and asks, is it that obvious? She affirmed and advised him to not overthink and just do what he normally does. In confusion, he asks, what does he even do normally? She explains, you're not the type who cares what other people think. The you I know won't stop until you get what you want. To the point, it's kind of annoying. But that's just who you are. Getting discouraged just because of one failure isn't like you. Hearing all this, Taesu is touched by her words, and she further says, don't be scared. Just go for it. I'm sure things will work out. I've talked to her a few times by now, and what I think is that she's into you 100%. Hearing her confidently say it's 100%, he skeptically asks, how can she be so sure? She cheekily hummed a bit, as if she's thinking, and then revealed that it's ex-girlfriend's intuition. Taesu is confused by this, and the scene shifted to the next day. A moving truck parked right in front of his apartment, and he heard a familiar female voice instructing her minions to unload all the boxes. It appears that Tae-soo had gone outside due to some commotion, and found Hae-soo moving the previous tenant's stuff out of the room. In confusion, he asks her on what's going on, and whether she's helping someone move. But she simply says, "Nope, I'm moving in." Bro stood there in disbelief and asked why would she move here when she had a bigger place. She just says that it's for a change of pace. Then she chuckled, saying, "As it happens, I mentioned wanting to move here, and the kind landlord readily agreed to let me move in, with an extra 5 million won for the moving fees." Hearing the bribe, Tae-soo finally realized why the neighbor was suddenly moving out. Then she, with a blush, hesitantly says, "Well, that's part of it. But I spent all day yesterday thinking about it. I really didn't know how to answer you. I mean, when you asked me out. Honestly, with how things are for me right now, I still don't know if it's the right thing to do or not. But in the end, I just didn't want to miss this chance. I had a few drinks last night, thought about it over and over, and still couldn't decide. So I spent the whole night wandering around this area, and before I knew it, I was already signing a contract with the neighbor." Hearing all this, Tae-soo is surprised that an ex-girlfriend's intuition was totally right. Then Mia's intuition becomes even more accurate as Hae-soo finally confessed to him, saying, "So Tae-soo, if you're okay with someone as indecisive as me, should we give it a try? Maybe, as in, dating." The scene now shifted to the student dormitory. Hyun was running down the hallway like a maniac, inwardly panicking on what to do. A management member shouted at her to not run here, but she ignored and ran to her room, shouting out to her roommate, Yuna. Yuna was secretly eating some chips and looked up in confusion, asking why she's so out of breath. She questions whether she didn't just go eat barbecue with Senior Tae-soo and Senior Hae-soo and whether something happened. Hyun violently huffed for air and then started to emotionally tear up and began taking out her worries on her poor roommate, screaming her lungs off that something big happened. She cried out her appa's name and began sobbing on Yuna's lap. Yuna, in confusion, asks whether something happened again. The scene now shifted to later. Outside the dormitory, they both sat together and Yuna was slurping in her drink, while Hyun was slurping out her snout. She had explained that Hae-soo had moved right in front of Tae-soo's apartment unit. Yuna remarked that it's unexpected, though she admits that she already knows that he liked Senior Hae-soo. So now she asks Hyun on whether Hae-soo feels the same way. Hyun is surprised, asking how she knew that Appa likes Uni. Yuna replies that pretty much everyone in the department knows, and that he makes it so obvious, so it would be weirder to not notice. However, maybe only Maki and Yongha doesn't know. Yuna then stood up, asking what did they say, and whether they are dating now. Hyun looked confused and says, "Actually, I didn't really feel like that for some reason." Yuna is surprised, asking what she means by that. Hyun replies that maybe it's because the festival is coming soon. Yuna questions how it is even related to that. Hyun explains, saying, "Aren't both of them super busy already?" Even though Hae-soo Uni moved in across the hall, since she's also working with the student council, she says she hardly ever goes home because of the festival preparations. Appa also suddenly got flooded with all kinds of work. He told me that when he gets home from work, he just passes out and sleeps after turning on some macros in his game. Anyway, the scene now shifted to later. In their dormitory, Yuna was styling Hyun's hair, while asking what she's planning to do now, whether she's going to give up on Tae-soo Appa. Hyun cries, saying, "I said I'd never give up. Not in a million years." Yuna comments that she's so stubborn and wonders what kind of curse she's under. Hyun cries, saying, "I already knew Appa had feelings for Uni since last year. Even if I actually saw them together with my own eyes, I thought I'd be able to smile and handle it. But when I actually saw it for myself, I couldn't stop crying. But even so, when I saw Appa's face, I really didn't want to give up." Hearing this, Yuna remarks that it's an illness at this point. However, Hyun copes that there's still a little hope, since they haven't said for sure that they are dating yet. Also at the barbecue place, they both were acting pretty awkward. Yuna replies, "Well, I guess there's a chance. But Senior Tae-soo sees you as a little sister, so honestly, the odds are pretty close to zero." Hearing this, Hyun looked at her like an angry chihuahua. Yuna then says, "Why are you looking at me like that? You said it yourself." But I kind of think that's both the beginning and end of it. She totally outshines you in the feminine department. Hearing this, she asks what she means, And Yuna replies, think about it. Woman. If you just drew woman as a picture, that'd be Hesu Uni. And you? You're already tiny and skinny. But you're always wearing the department jacket or clothes that look like they're from kindergarten's duck class. If you were Tae-Soo, who would you be drawn to more? Hyun feels hurt and asks whether she's saying that's her. But Yuna replies, I mean, even when we looked at your old childhood photos, I told you, you don't look any different now than you do back then. Once again, the reason Tae-Soo still sees you as a kid is because nothing has changed since then. Hearing these harsh words, Hyun screamed her lungs off in hurt and asks why she's telling this now. This made Yuna pissed and she shouted, I did tell you, you brat, like 100 million times. But you kept ignoring me, calling me clueless about Tae-Soo. Anyway, whether you see this festival as your last chance to win over Tae-Soo, or even if you just want to get back at them somehow, don't you think you should start by changing yourself? Hyun curiously asks what she means, and she says, what do you mean how? Just get an expert to help. Sometime later, Hyun appeared at Mia's house. When Mia opened the door, she was surprised by the unexpected visit. But what caught her attention even more was the package Hyun was carrying. It was beef. And not just any beef, but high-quality Korean beef which was slaughtered just 1 week ago in Hongseong. Meanwhile, Yuna had said to Hyun, the way I see it, C didn't know how to dress up before, but transformed herself since coming to college. So if you want to learn quick, she's the best person for it. Now, Hyun firmly says to Mia that she was going to make a request that Mia wouldn't be able to refuse. Mia had no idea what could justify such an extravagant gift, but without thinking much about it, she shook her hand and asked if she could cook the meat right away. Later, after they had eaten, Mia commented that Hyun was already beautiful. So why does she needs to know how to get prettier? Hyun, somewhat embarrassed, explained that she didn't want to be just beautiful. She had always felt like a child. She simply wanted to look a little more like a woman, and that would be enough for her. She wants Tae-Soo to apologize for seeing her as a kid all these time. Mia observed her carefully and asked how much time she has. Hyun replied that ideally she wanted the change to happen before the end of the festival. Mia let out a light sigh, realizing there wasn't much time. Hyun looked worried, thinking she was asking for too much. However, Mia raised a finger and gently touched Hyun's lips, saying she had never said it was impossible. She smiled and commented that everything depended on confidence, and that if Hyun believed in her own strength, that would already be the beginning of everything. Mia pointed out how Hyun used to be like, and said that if she truly wanted it, she could become much more beautiful and stronger. She added that in just 2 days she would teach her everything from start to finish, on how exactly she managed to boost her own self-esteem. Because of this, Hyun almost started seeing Mia as an angel. Anyway, a week after Hesu became Tae-Soo's neighbor, we see fireworks going off in the university, as it was the first night of the festival. Tae-Soo walked toward the department room, not really understanding why he was going there. Mia had asked him to come here, but hadn't explained anything, leaving him confused. When he arrived, he opened the door and called out for Mia, but the person inside wasn't Mia. The mysterious woman called out his name, and as the fireworks lit the night sky, it illuminated the woman standing before him. It was Hyun, wearing Mia's clothes. She asked, how does she look? In confusion, he asks, why does she look like Mia? Folks, before all this happened, we now get to know the context of it. Hours earlier, the festival had already begun, and the campus was full of students with shouting and conversations echoing everywhere. Tae-Soo was with his friends. Yonga was especially excited, saying that he would finally meet his girlfriend that night. In confusion, Tae-Soo asks, since when did he get a girlfriend? Yonga grins, saying, it's basically like I already have one. The excitement of the concert echoing across the whole campus. The warmth of bodies heating up at the pub, and the dazzling night view covering the campus late into the night. Seriously, how many other times in life will there be when it's this easy to win over a girl's heart? So it's basically like, I have gotten one already. Hearing this, Tae-Soo sighs that he's talking nonsense again. Yonga continue yapping, last year I was doing my military service, and at this year's MT, things just didn't work out. But for this festival, if we all work together instead of doing things solo. However, Monkey interrupted, saying he can't join him. He revealed that he already has a girlfriend. At that moment, Yoonju appeared and called him Appa and asked Monkey to help set up a booth. She was waving at him lovingly, and Monkey blushed at the sight of his girlfriend, and without hesitation he agreed to help. Meanwhile, Yongha was completely devastated and couldn't understand what was happening. Taisu asked what was so hard to understand. Yongha shamelessly asked how that guy could have gotten a girlfriend before him, when he considered himself more handsome. Hearing this, Taisu asks whether he isn't embarrassed to say something like that. He also added that he wouldn't be available either because he was going to be busy. Yongha asks whether he has a part-time job even during a festival. However, Taisu, with a slight smile, replies, "Nope, I might be getting a girlfriend soon." That wounded the guy's pride, and he ended up calling both of them traitors. Yongha remembered that they made a bet that if Taisu got a girlfriend, they would breakdance naked. The scene now shifted to later. While walking among the festival stalls, Taisu inwardly says, "Before I knew it, early May was here, bringing the heat of both summer and the festival. At last, the day I have been waiting for arrived." He then remembered the day Senior Hasu had asked him out on an actual date. Honestly, he could have done it on that day right away. However, the date was postponed, as Hasu had said he wanted to go to the public admin department's booth soon, so at that time they could go on a date. Now Tae-soo was spacing out, thinking about the date he has with Hasu today. Suddenly he bumped into a mascot. The crazy mascot flopped its wings, trying to gain balance, while in confusion asking why she can't walk forward. Tae-soo was blocking its path, and the mascot asks whether someone up ahead. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately recognized it as Mia. In surprise, she muttered his name. Now they sat down, and Tae-soo handed Mia a soda since she was sweating heavily. She thanks him and says she'll pay him later, since she doesn't have a wallet. Tae-soo asks why she's wearing that outfit in this extreme weather. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, and she revealed that she wore a mascot because she lost a draw. She then complains, saying, "Who even made this thing? Can't see out of it, can't breathe in it, and I need help even to unzip it. Why did today have to be the hottest day ever? My shirt's drenched in sweat now." Suddenly, Tae-soo placed his backpack in front of her. Mia found it strange and asked what he was doing. He looked away and told her not to worry, explaining that he was just covering her up because it bothers him. Meanwhile, we see the passerby people staring at her body. Then he asked whether she was working because she needed money. Mia sighed and commented that he only ever talked about money. She explained, saying, "It's for promoting the club. To keep the club room, we have to take part in at least one festival event. So we put one together, the fighting game event with Dabin. The entry fee is 1,000 won per match. If you beat Dabin, the prize is a whopping 1,000,000 won." Tae-soo was surprised by the amount. However, she tells him that he should just give up. Turns out Dabin is on par with world-class fighting game players. Mia had played against her 10 matches and lost all of them in 5 minutes. Anyway, Tae-soo now commented that this surprised him. Mia asked what exactly was surprising. He replied saying, "Well, I just thought you'd be more of a loner at school, you know?" Mia becomes angry, asking whether he's picking a fight. He replies, "Didn't you always insist on going everywhere alone before? Even when I'd suggest making friends together, you'd always say no. You never liked getting involved with other people." Hearing all this, she pouts, saying, "Sorry about that. Sorry for being a former outcast, yet still making friends and having fun at school now." Tae-soo clarifies, saying, "That's not what I meant. I meant you seem to be doing well, and that's a good thing. I was really worried about you, but now I'm relieved." But then he remembered their promise to not talk about the past and apologized. Mia replied that it wasn't a problem. She then stood up and asked whether he had any plans tonight. Tae-soo considered mentioning his date with Hasu, but at that moment he received a phone call. It was Hasu. She asked if they could postpone the date until the following day. He replied that it wasn't a problem, and that he understood if something had happened. After hanging up, his expression changed, and he told Mia that he had plans, but they had just been cancelled. Mia watched him for a few seconds, and then asked if he could come to the department room at 8 p.m. Tae-soo asked why, but she simply smiled and told him to consider it a surprise. And that was how he ended up going there. She asked how she looked, and he questioned why she's dressed up like Mia. Clearly nervous, Yuna began speaking, stumbling over her own words. She said that this represented her determination, and stepping closer to him, declared that from now on, everything would be different. She reminded him that they had made a promise. He then remembered that he had postponed their date and had given her a promise to do whatever she wanted. Yuna now looked up and said that, as compensation, he should grant her one wish. Taesu agreed, since he didn't really have much choice. She asked him to go to the festival with her the next day. That made him somewhat tense, because that was exactly the day of his date with Hesu. Noticing the change in his expression, Hyun quickly commented that if the next day wasn't possible, then they could go today instead. This time she didn't hesitate. She looked directly at him and asked that they go out together on a real adult date. We then get a flashback. Hours earlier, Mia had been finishing Hyun's makeover. Hyun looked uneasy and asked whether she was overdoing it or attracting too much attention. Mia firmly denied it, explaining that if she didn't stand out, nobody would notice the change, especially that dense Taesu. Then she asked what a woman needed. Hyun almost shouted the answer, fighting spirit and confidence. Mia smiled and said that if she projected strength on the outside, she would begin to feel more confident on the inside. Hyun lowered her gaze towards her own clothes, somewhat embarrassed, and commented that now she really seemed strong. Mia noticed that Hyun's shoulders were slouched, and, without thinking much about it, gently tapped her back so she would straighten up, emphasizing that confidence was the most important thing. Mia then explained that if she didn't believe in herself, other people would notice immediately. What mattered most was not how others saw her, but how she saw herself. Mia added that if she still couldn't believe in herself, then she should at least believe in Mia's words. Looking directly at her, Mia firmly stated that she was beautiful, and that anyone at the university could fall in love with her at first sight. Now in the present, Taesu stepped back in slight embarrassment. For a moment, Hyun stopped doubting herself, and Mia's words gave her enough courage to approach Taesu and ask him out for an adult date. Meanwhile, at the student council, Hesu finally finished her work. The vice president handed her a soda saying, "Good job, senior. Thanks so much for helping out with this emergency call. Work just got piled up all of a sudden. Anyway, now that student council stuff is done, don't you need to go see the department? Didn't the Medicom department open a booth or something?" However, Hesu replies, Medicom never runs a booth. Everyone's so nuts about the events that there's no one to run a bar, so we just participate freely without a booth. Then the vice president in a serious tone asks, didn't she say she had something planned for today? And whether things are okay on that end. Hesu stayed silent for a moment and turned away with a blush, muttering whether Taesu was still on campus. Elsewhere on campus, Taesu was holding Hyun's hand. He asks whether this is enough, and she shyly affirmed, suggesting they look around the festival together while they are holding hands. With a slight smile, she commented that this would settle the debt between them. Taesu then remembered that when they were children, they often walked hand in hand like that. Looking at Hyun, he glanced at her outfit and asked whether she wanted to change clothes. She asked why. Taesu looked away and commented that the outfit didn't really seem like her, and that, honestly, her outfit catches his eyes a lot. Without looking directly at her, he added that she didn't need to copy anyone because she was already cute just the way she was. However, Hyun noticed the faint blush on his face. Then Taesu asked where she had gotten the idea of going on an adult date and whether she truly knew what that meant. Feeling slightly more confident, Hyun leaned toward him and cheekily asked whether he preferred normal or wanted to have an adult date instead. Taesu stutters in embarrassment, and she softly laughed that she was only joking. Then she sighed and stated that she knew very well what an adult date meant. After all, she is a university student now and was no longer the girl she used to be. She's no longer the kid who used to sit next to him for tutoring. Taesu seems taken aback by this. Hyun then says, honestly, saying this is still kind of embarrassing. Like now that I look stronger on the outside, I feel tougher on the inside. But wearing clothes like this somehow gives me courage, and I don't want to always stay just a little kid to you, Appa. Just watch. Today I'll definitely make you see me differently. Anyway, now she inwardly says, right, I know, of course, that I can't change Appa's feelings with something like this. Still, if I want to make sure I have no lingering regrets, I need confidence. Like Mia Uni said, I have to believe in myself. Meanwhile, at the gaming club, Dabin was celebrating because she remained undefeated, and the atmosphere was lively. She exclaims that now all they have to do is donate, and their festival activities are over. Yoonji says to her, honestly, I thought you'd slack off at school because you make so much money, but you are actually way more serious than I thought. Now I see you in a new light. Dabin smugly says, I'm always serious about everything. I'm the type who can't sleep if I don't finish what I start. Anyway, Yoonji asks, what should they do now? Dabin excitedly replies, isn't it obvious? We need to attend the after party. They say the public admin department booth has good food. Let's invite some department seniors and go together. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo is salivating by the mention of food. Just then, Dabin noticed Mia, who looked exhausted from the heat. Dabin asked whether she was okay, and that she turned on the AC to full power. Mia just tells her to go grab them some seats, and that she'll come after cooling off for a bit. Dabin then leaves saying, you have to come quick. If you don't, we are going to eat all the food ourselves. Once alone, only the sound of the AC unit could be heard. As Mia silently slid her finger across her phone screen, there were many goofy pictures taken during this festival. Among the photos was a picture of Tae-soo. She stared at the image, wondering when she took this. Then she remembered something he had said. For some time there had been something bothering him. He wanted to know why she worked so hard to bring him and Haesoo together. Maybe it was only his imagination, but he felt there was something behind it. Mia replied that there wasn't anything. She only helped because she thought it was fun, and said that it didn't matter to her who he dated or what he did. Now in the present, Mia moved her finger to delete the photo, but stopped halfway. She couldn't do it. Then she remembered the words she herself had said to Haeyoon, that she should believe in herself. Mia let out a small ironic laugh and silently scolded herself. Meanwhile, at the performance, Yuna was wiping her face with a towel. One girl notes that it's strange. Didn't Haeyoon come to watch? Yuna acted as if she didn't know. However, she knew that Haeyoon had come. Yuna is awkward to mention it to her friends, because Haeyoon was wearing a weird makeover. She was so busy preparing for the performance that she just left everything to Haeyoon. She wonders whether Haeyoon will be okay, and maybe she should have to check on her till the end. Meanwhile, suddenly someone pushed Haeyoon in the crowd. Without wasting time, he quickly caught her and asked whether she was okay. Embarrassed, Haeyoon replied that she was fine. At the same time, she remembered what Mia had asked her earlier that day. Did she want Tae-soo to start seeing her differently? And wasn't that the exact reason she had decided to learn how to dress better? Haeyoon quietly admitted it. Mia bluntly says, I thought it would be more like, I'm going to steal Tae-soo Appa from Mia Uni. Like some K-drama. Haeyoon replies, do you really think that would work? You know very well that Appa is the single-minded type. Once he gets obsessed with something, he doesn't easily change. I'm at least aware of that much myself. Just because I draw stripes on a pumpkin doesn't mean it will turn into a watermelon. I know I'm not quite at the level to catch Appa's eyes yet. Haeyoon then stared up at Mia's massive jigglypuff and quietly admitted that she wasn't as feminine as Mia or Haesoo. But she also didn't want to keep being seen as nothing more than a little sister. Now as they walked hand in hand through the festival, Haeyoon doesn't know what to do now, as they already finished watching the performance. Mia had told her to go for it with confidence, and the rest will work itself out. However, when we see the flashback, Haeyoon had stuttered her words in embarrassment and had suggested going on a normal date instead of an adult date, and they should just start with just holding hands. Her attempts to look mature was partially shattered. Now in the present, Tae-soo asked whether she wanted something sweet to eat and pointed at a cotton candy stall. The idea excited her almost instantly, but then she realized she slipped up. Haeyoon then hid her reaction and replied saying, forget it. Only kids eat stuff like that anyway. I guess my taste changed a bit. Let's go eat something a bit more grown up. Intrigued, Tae-soo asked what she considered adult food. Haeyoon answered with the first thing that came to mind, herbal tea and sweet red bean jelly. As a result, the two of them ended up buying that strange combination. Haeyoon is shocked, wondering why do they even sell this stuff in this festival. A little later, they arrived at a game booth where the grand prize was a stuffed duck. The prize immediately caught Haeyoon's attention. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Tae-soo asked whether she wanted to try winning it. Haeyoon said no, insisting that it was too childish. Even so, Tae-soo stared at the duck for a few moments and remarked that they could always sell it afterward and make some money. He encouraged her to participate, pointing out that she was very good at those kinds of games. Haeyoon hesitated for a moment, thinking that none of this seemed very mature, but eventually gave in, as seeing Tae-soo being excited was cute in her eyes. And more importantly, the stuffed duck was super cute. To the surprise of everyone around them, she achieved the highest score in every game and practically won all the prizes at the booth. Tae-soo, carrying her prizes, was impressed and excitedly told her that she was amazing. Meanwhile, in the background, people were talking about a maniac going around wiping out the prizes. Hyun now mentally called herself an idiot, believing she had once again gotten carried away and ruined everything. Still, when she noticed that Tae-soo seemed genuinely happy, she began to think that perhaps it hadn't been a complete failure. When she intertwined her fingers with his again, the feeling of Tae-soo's hand reminded her of when she had first met him. Lost in her thoughts, she continued walking until, at one point, Tae-soo let go of her hand to tie his shoelaces. Watching silently, Hyun wondered whether she could be selfish about just one thing. After gathering her courage, she called out to him. Tae-soo immediately turned to look at her. Then she slowly began closing the distance between them, moving closer until she could feel his breath. However, from a short distance away, Haesoo was watching the entire scene, with an expression of disbelief. Tae-soo's phone began ringing as it was Haesoo. The moment Hyun noticed her presence, she froze. Just then, the fireworks began lighting the sky, and tears threatened to fall from Haesoo's face. Tae-soo also noticed Haesoo and asked whether she had finished her work. But Haesoo didn't answer. Instead, she simply asked who the girl beside him was. Confused by the sudden question, Tae-soo explained that it was Hyun. Suddenly, Hyun firmly grabbed Tae-soo's face and turned him toward her. The plushie she had won fell down, as before he could say anything, she was about to kiss him right in front of Haesoo. Haesoo covered her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Mia turned as she felt something off. As her friends were watching the fireworks, they asked what's wrong. But she shrugged it off with a nervous expression. Now we see Tae-soo and Hyun's lips meeting, and as the fireworks lit the background, Haesoo had been completely cheated right in front of her. The moment Hyun did it, she was left completely speechless, realizing too late how impulsive her action had been. Extremely embarrassed, she stepped back, quickly apologized, and ran away without looking back. Tae-soo tried to call after Hyun, but Hyun was faster and things became messier as Haesoo also ran. As Hyun ran aimlessly, she couldn't stop calling herself an idiot. She kept repeating that she had completely lost control and had kissed Tae-soo even though she knew Haesoo was there, and that the two of them had a date planned for the next day. When she finally stopped running, she began imagining Tae-soo telling her that he never wanted to see her again, and that she had ruined everything between them. This is the end of the video. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed it and want to see more, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment.